Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the hearing of submissions on the resource consent application from the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints Trust Board. Yesterday we heard primarily from the applicant and their advisors, and today we will hear from some of the submitters on the application. Just some basic housekeeping first. If there is an emergency, that's the key thing to know about, is if it's an earthquake, drop and cover and hold. But after that, you go down the stairs, down to the street and down to Domino's, not for a pizza, okay? just to follow your officers, council officers, they'll know what to do. And the other key thing is just to have cell phones on silent, please, during the course of the hearing. That'd be great. So today, without any further ado, can I welcome Moroni and Patricia Sunnix to the table? There's the table there. The trick with these things, you've got to turn the button to make it go green, so that we can hear you. So welcome. We've got your submissions in front of us, so thank you for that. And so otherwise, we're here to hear what you have to say to us.
Tuia tumuka tangata, tuia tumuka wairua, whiri atu rea tu kirikiri, whiri atu rea tu manamanu, tia keina te mahara o tohunga mate, tia keina te wairo o tohunga ora, mauri tū, mauri ora, kia tautarangi Māori e, haumi e, hui e, tāki e. Ko te mihi tuatahi ki te mana whenua o te rohi nei, ko Ngāti Toa, mauri ora kia koutou. Kia ora, I acknowledge the mana whenua of the land and Ngāti Toa, and I recognise the people on the panel and those involved in the process. Kia ora. That tau parapara o karakia talks about acknowledging how we all come from different cultural backgrounds, but we should aim to weave and bind these differences together for the benefit of unity and peace. I pray this sets the tone for our kōrero today and others to follow. My wife and I have come here today to show our support for the consent and construction of a temple at 2 Okowai Road, Aotea.
Good morning, everyone. I believe building a temple in Aotea, Porirua would bring so many benefits to the city and the surrounding communities. It would be a beautiful landmark that enhances the city's look and feel, providing a spiritual hub for many people, boosting the local economy and becoming a meaningful place for families like mine. I would like to highlight a few main points I made in my submission why a temple in Aotea would benefit Porirua and the wider community. The temple would be a beautiful key feature of Porirua. Just like the large statue of Mary, which is located in Paraparaumu, that sits high on the hill and is illuminated at night, having a temple in Aotea would add beauty and character to the city. Temples are often designed with beautiful detail, and I imagine it would be a place that both locals and visitors would admire. For me, and many others on the Kapiti Coast, having a temple in Porirua would make worship much easier. Right now, the nearest temple is in Hamilton, which is about a 6-hour drive away. A temple in Porirua would cut that down to just 20 minutes, making it much more accessible for people like me who want to participate in worship regularly. It would also be a relief for families with busy schedules or people with mobility challenges. Having a temple close by means we could connect spiritually more often without the added stress of long travel. It would truly strengthen our faith and bring us closer to our beliefs. Whenever I travel to Porirua, I tend to combine my trips with shopping or using services that aren't available on the Kapiti Coast. A temple would encourage even more people to do the same. Visitors coming to Porirua for worship or special events would likely spend money on food, shopping, and even accommodation if they're from further away. This extra spending would benefit local businesses and help create more jobs in the area. During the construction phase, the temple would also create work opportunities for builders, contractors, and suppliers. Over time, the temple would help bring more people and activity to the city, which is great for everybody. The lighting of the temple in Aotea Porirua would bring both practical and symbolic benefits to the city. A well-lit temple on a hill would become a beacon for the community, much like the illuminated statue of Mary in Paraparaumu, which is admired for its beauty and visibility. At night, the glow of the temple would create a sense of warmth and reverence, visible from different parts of Porirua. From a practical standpoint, the lighting would also enhance the perception of safety in the area. Well-lit spaces are less likely to attract undesirable activities, creating a safer environment for residents and visitors. Furthermore, the gentle, reverent lighting of a temple would inspire a sense of calm and reassurance, reinforcing its role as a sanctuary of peace. Symbolically, the temple's lighting would represent hope, peace, and unity. Its soft glow at night would inspire feelings of comfort and calm, reminding people of higher values like faith and hope. Whether viewed from afar or up close, the illuminated temple would serve as a beacon of light, both literally and figuratively, for the people of Porirua and beyond. A temple in Porirua would be a symbol of faith and inclusion. It would show that Porirua welcomes and celebrates people of all beliefs. The temple would also draw visitors from across New Zealand and from overseas. This will help Porirua gain recognition as a city that values diversity and spirituality. It would be a point of pride for the city and something people from all walks of life could admire. The surrounding area of the temple will include gardens, walking paths, creating a peaceful retreat for residents and visitors alike. Such spaces are valuable in today's fast-paced world, offering a sanctuary for individuals to find calm amongst their busy lives. Families could enjoy quality time together, while others could use it as a spot for meditation or personal reflection. By blending spirituality with nature, the temple grounds would become a shared community asset, fostering wellness, connection, and a deeper appreciation for the surrounding environment. Building a temple in Aotea Porirua would bring so many benefits. It would become a beautiful landmark, make worship more accessible, boost the local economy, and strengthen the community. The lighting of the temple would add safety and beauty to the city, while the temple itself would inspire hope and unity. For people like me who live close by, it would be a huge blessing and a big relief to have such a special place close to home. It would not only enrich our spiritual lives, but also make Porirua an essential destination to regularly visit and enjoy. I truly believe this temple would be a wonderful addition to the city. Thank you.
My name is Moroni Sanix, and I was born and raised in Hamilton. 4 years ago, I accepted a job promotion to teach at my wife's old school at Kapiti College. When we moved down, we only had one 4-year-old daughter, and now we are parents of 3. I speak today as someone who works daily with the youth of Kapiti and Porirua through my job, through coaching basketball, and my work as a youth leader in the church. I speak from 12 years of experience in the classroom. I speak as a father who has vested interest in the future of this region, and ultimately I speak as a committed member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was educated for 5 years in the view of the Hamilton Temple at the Church College of New Zealand. The temple was a daily reminder that everything I did had a purpose. For me, the temple represents the ultimate expression of faith, love, and commitment. It is not just a house of worship, it is the house of the Lord. The house of the Lord is not a place of loud music, it is not a place of contention, it is not a place of division. As a teacher and a leader for the youth in the Kapiti and Porirua communities, I witness daily the challenges our young people face: peer pressure, negative influences, and a world that often values self-interest over service. The temple offers an antidote. It is a symbol of what is possible when we strive to live Christ-like values. To enter the temple, members of our church, including our youth, commit to living certain standards. These standards include treating others with respect, abstaining from harmful substances, being honest, and serving others selflessly. Imagine a generation raised on these principles of peace, compassion, and unity. I recently took a group of students for a Māori leadership trip to Hamilton to visit various sites that linked the history of Ngāti Tua to Waikato. As part of this trip, I took them to see the temple. Not one of the 20 students were members of our church. Upon arrival at the temple, they couldn't believe the beauty of the temple grounds. They couldn't believe a place like this existed. It's so quiet, they said. We had been there for less than a minute before they had all had their phones out and started taking selfies and making TikToks. The question was asked, Matua, me, can we go inside? These were students who had been raised largely on the principles of Te Ao Māori, so I tried to use an example they could relate to. I asked them to think of their marae. How would they feel if they were in the middle of a tangihanga or a funeral on the marae, then someone was to walk in uninvited with no pōwhiri to welcome them on? They come on in with their shoes on, munching food in the whare nui. How would you feel? They replied, we would probably tell them to get lost and come back and learn when they learnt some manners and some respect. Now, just like how a marae is for all people, there are still necessary tikanga or customs, or mana whenua and manuhiri or guests are expected to uphold. It is the same for our temple. We want everybody to enter the temple and participate in sacred ordinances, but there are certain standards that one must adhere to fully enjoy the temple. I didn't tell my students no, I told them not yet and left it at that. The teachings required to enter the temple emphasize the importance of family. It is a place where my wife and I were married and sealed 13 years ago. The temple creates bonds that transcend generations. Strong families form the foundation of strong communities. I repeat, strong families form the foundation of strong communities. Imagine what this temple will mean for Porirua. Families from the South Island who once had to travel to Hamilton to participate in such sacred work will now be able to come here. When couples are engaged and hope to embark on their journey of marriage, they can come here. Their whānau can come here. The business they engage in for their weddings will be from here. The memories of their special day will be here. The construction and operation of a temple creates jobs. I am not privy to all the information of the specific contractors, but I've read on social media some people state that the Mormon Church will not use any local contractors as they have an army of church members who build all their temples for them. I can tell you now that such an army or workforce does not exist. We are not idly sitting by waiting at the beck and call of our church leaders. We are regular people, teachers, lawyers, retail assistants, athletes, and much more. The service we offer to our church, we offer freely and willingly. I know firsthand that when the Hamilton Temple was renovated and other nearby buildings were constructed, a local building company from the Waikato told my father that the contract they received from the church single-handedly saved their company from bankruptcy. In closing, I'm mindful of the thousands of youth this temple would benefit. One of my favourite quotes reads, "If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything." On a day when people of all ages are preparing to take a stand in Parliament for a cause they believe in, I implore you to grant consent and approve the necessary processes to allow the temple to be built. A temple will give them a foundation to build their lives. The youth of our church, the youth of this city will be forever blessed because of it. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation. Can I just ask a question? How often would you go to Hamilton during a year, for instance, or have to go to Hamilton?
We've been twice this year.
All right. Okay.
As opposed to when I grew up in Hamilton and lived there, it was probably every month.
All right. So. Okay. Thank you. I'll just check to see whether there's any questions from the panel.
Yeah, and when you travel to Hamilton, presumably it's your whole family going, and your experience of other people that are going to Hamilton. Do you have a feel for how people travel and how many people in vehicles and things like this? My background is as a traffic engineer, so I'm interested in those matters.
We actually just recently took our youth from our local congregation in Porirua, and we just had to hire out 2 vans and we stacked them up with our bags because we wanted to make the most of it. So we stayed there for 2 days. So there was about 15 of us, and we stayed there for one night and then came back, and it was a killer on the drive.
Yeah.
You know, with complaining teenagers, but it was all good. We did it because it's important for us, important for our teenagers and our youth. So.
Thank you.
I don't actually have a question. I'd just like to thank you for your presentation. It was very clear. Take on board what you've told us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, our next submitter. Kaho Salvao. Ah, there you go. Sure, yeah, good.
Okay, good morning, panel. My name is Kaho'olanakila Salvao, and I bring an interesting perspective to the panel because I actually was born and raised in Utah, and I've lived my life around temples. So growing up in Utah, I was surrounded by a unique landscape of LDS temples, buildings that hold deep cultural, spiritual, and architectural significance. These temples weren't just places of worship. They were part of the fabric of my upbringing, influencing my sense of community and connection to the region. Today, I'm going to share some of the personal impact these temples had on me, but also evidence of the broader economic effects that they have had on Utah. Over the years, these temples have contributed to economic development in surprising ways. From boosting local tourism and hospitality sectors to creating jobs and driving property values. My research and data gathered from these areas reveal a fascinating intersection between faith, culture, and economic growth. I apologize in advance, there's no particular order to the evidence, so we will be jumping around pages. So I'd like to direct your attention to page 15. Which informs us how many temples are in Utah, including those announced and those under construction. The highlighted temples are the ones I was surrounded by, so I will be focusing on these temples in particular. Please also note the dates the temples were dedicated are on the right side of the page, informing the usage of the temple thereafter. On page 14, I displayed my childhood home and the 4 temples within a 5K radius of me, namely the Salt Lake Temple, Jordan River Temple, Draper Temple, Ochre Temple, and Taylorsville Temple. Based on page 15, you will note the Salt Lake Temple was dedicated in 1893, and the Jordan River Temple was dedicated in 1981, thus making the display of economic development of these 2 temples overwhelmed of development. And Google Maps wasn't invented until 2000, so we will just disregard that, and I will focus on the temples, the Draper Temple and the Ochre Temple, as well as the Taylorsville Temple. So referring to page 1, we'll start with the Ochre Temple. So the Ochre Temple was dedicated in 2009, and I've taken a Google snapshot of the area surrounding the temple. The circled area indicates the growth from 2009 to 2011. So if you just focus on the circled area from 2009 to 2011, it displays a little bit of growth in that area, mainly housing. And then on the next page, Ochre Temple 2015, further displaying the housing development near the temple. So this snapshot is about a 5K radius of the temple. And then for fun, I wanted to see what the Ochre Temple looked like today, which is a very significant development since 2009. And we'll move on to page 3 now, referring to the Draper Temple. The Draper Temple was dedicated in 2009. Again, the circled area will show the development from 2009 to 2011. And then on page 4 is a snapshot of the Draper Temple and the economic development in 2015. I managed to reach out to Draper City, and I actually asked and requested them to send a record of the businesses that started in 2009, but they were unfortunately unable to give it to me just because records. But they were able to provide me a list of the city parks and the trail projects that started in 2009 to 2011. And in particular, in 2011, that's where the Draper City Park improvements were made. And that is also, you will see at the top page, the Draper City Park. Continuing on to page 9 now, where we talk about the Taylorsville Temple. Now this one I definitely wanted to include in the evidence because this one is a bit more relevant to us, given the fact that the Taylorsville Temple was recently dedicated in 2022 rather than 2009. So the Taylorsville Temple was dedicated in 2024, but I wanted to display the temple grounds 2 years prior to that, just to give you an idea of what the construction site looked like versus the actual dedication year of 2024. The circled area is the renovated campus, and the campus garden was added to Salt Lake Community College, which is in fact a college that I attended. Oh, yeah. Then near the bottom of the page of 9, the development of the Vista Park. And then further housing development on the left, thus increasing the value of housing near the Taylorsville Temple. Again, these areas are included within a 5K radius of the temple. Now, drawing your attention to pages 10 through 13, I have provided an article from a Realty Corporation website breaking down their project that will be 1.2 Ks away from the temple. Their project informs and anticipates, quote, paragraph 2 of the highlighted page on 10, Crossroads of Taylorsville to be the dominant retail venue with the roster of 30 national retailers and restaurants among more than 60 tenants. The article goes on to say that nearly 420,000 people, including more than 53,000 households with an average household income of more than $96,000 reside within a 5-mile radius of the Crossroads of Taylorsville, and an additional 91,000 people work within 5 miles of the regional shopping center. The center draws consumers from an expanded 15-mile trade area, capturing nearly 270,000 households, which spend approximately $30,000 annually at retail stores throughout Salt Lake City. Thus, this article aligns with the time frame of the Taylorsville Temple construction and showcases the economic growth that emerged following its completion. The featured project, located 1.2 K away from the temple, illustrates the area's ongoing development and highlights how it continues to attract visitors and boost the local economy. Now on page 11 is an article from the Taylorsville News where they talked about their year in review, which is 2023 to 2024. In their year in review, they talked about a development of a park located 3 Ks away from the temple, new business opening and renovations to Carriage Square Shopping Center, which is 4.02 k's away from the temple, and construction improvements to improve the flow of traffic, which is 4 k's away from the temple. Now that was a brief summary of pages 12 and 13. Now the second portion of my speech is regarding the temple surrounding me in my young adult years. So going back to page 14, the bottom half of the page. The Bountiful Temple, the bottom of the page 14, the red location dot is where I lived, and I was surrounded by the Ogden Temple, the Layton Temple, the Bountiful Temple, and the Salt Lake City Temple. The Bountiful Temple was dedicated in 1995, Ogden Temple in 1972, so I will be focusing on the Layton Temple alone, as it's more relevant to us to date. So turning to page 5 is where we will talk about the Layton Temple. So similar to Taylorsville, the Layton Temple was dedicated in 2024, so I provided a Google snapshot of the construction site 2 years prior to give you an idea of what the site looked like. So that's a snapshot of the Layton Temple in 2022. And then the bottom photo is a snapshot of the Layton Temple in 2024. The circled area is the main development that occurred, to which the main development occurred near the Highway 89, which I believe the temple at Aotea will also be built near our motorway. So taken from the Layton Economic Overview website on page 6, the post from 14th of July 2023 lets us know of the new West Davis Corridor Highway that's expected to be completed 2023 and 2024. This highway is meant to improve the connectivity of the region, to better accommodate the area's growing population and infrastructure demands. Listed on the Layton Projects website, it breaks down all the projects in Layton, namely the Young Automotive Group headquarters, which is 1.6 away from the temple, JL Ventures, 5 away from the temple on page 7, the Layton Temple, which I found interesting because they actually included the temple in their development page. And they also included West Layton Business Park, which is 10 k's away from the temple, and the downtown Main Street Layton, which is 3 k's away from the temple. And in closing, I highlight these projects from Layton because they align with both the construction and post-construction phases of the Layton Temple, which demonstrates the city's proactive approach in incorporating attractions that complement the temple's presence. This indicates the city's inclusiveness in fostering development that enhances the overall appeal and accessibility of the area during and after the temple's establishment. And this is the vision I see for Porirua. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Can I just ask you one question? Are you through your presentation here indicating that there's a direct correlation between the establishment and dedication of temples and the growth of the area around those temples?
Yes, yep. So the dedication of the temple basically means once it's dedicated, then we're able to go in and, yes.
Right. And have you personally sort of experienced, given your background, that relationship between the use of the temple and the growth of the area?
Yes. So I grew up, like I said, in the areas where I was around 4 temples, and as soon as I reached the age of 12, I was able to enter the temple and perform some of the services that are around the temple. And sometimes I would go to the Ochre Temple, some to the Draper, but throughout those years, I was able to participate and just see and look and evolve and shop around the malls that they started to develop and build. I would travel to the Jordan River Temple for a couple of years, just go there, and if I wanted to, I could go to the Draper, but it could be maybe a year between those times, and I would already see the development, take my friends, go to the mall, go to the movies, shopping in those areas that the temples were near.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
So you were born in Utah, and so when did you leave?
2018.
2018. So and so the bulk of your life has been experiencing that life and how you've seen Utah grow and change. So the temples that you visited are obviously, well, I'm assuming they're a lot bigger than the one that's planned for Porirua.
Yes.
As we understand it, it's one of the smaller sized temples. So the ones that are in Utah are massive, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So what sort of population of people would visit one of the temples, if you like?
The Salt Lake Temple in particular is a huge attraction to all tourists, whether you're a member of the church or not. But they have, for an example, the Salt Lake City Temple, they put on Christmas lights. And just a week, they normally host these Christmas lights events. And I remember as a kid going there every year, and it would just get more crowded and more crowded every time. But if I were to put a number on it, it would be in the 10,000s. I'm not exaggerating. It's people coming and going throughout that whole week, attracting a lot of visitors and tourists.
Yeah, so you've got visitors and tourists, and you've got patrons, so that they're quite separate, obviously, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. In
So the
terms of
grounds are used a lot by
Yes.
tourists and people just visiting and just wanting to experience the site, shall we say?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Just looking at the aerials, the images that you've provided, am I right in thinking that sometimes the temples seem to be built in sort of peripheral areas, maybe because of the amount of land that they're needing, but it looked like the Taylorsville one was kind of inserted into the existing urban fabric.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I grew up driving past on the highway, which is where Taylorsville Temple was established and built. But I remember driving past the highway, and prior to the temple being there, it was just an open mall center, and then they have just squeezed that temple in between. So yeah, it was quite fascinating that they were able to do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
And just a final little question. The Draper Temple photographs, you
Yes.
referred to a park being developed. Could you just indicate where that park is?
Yes, yeah. So it's on page 4.
On page 4.
So in 2011, the Draper City Park was doing improvements. So that's reflected on Draper 2015 snapshot at the very top where it's circled.
Right, just near the words. Which
Yes.
Is, yeah, okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation and your attendance today. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Fafoi Soloi. Hi, welcome. Thank you. Is
Thanks.
your green light on?
Yes, it is.
Great, okay, thanks.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, I thought I was a little bit later, but I've come at the right time. Hey, I suppose for me, what I'm about to speak on actually, with my submissions, probably a little bit different than what I submitted, but a lot of people will speak on the economic benefits and the aesthetics of the temple, which are real. I would like to speak on how millions of Latter-day Saints and non-Latter-day Saints feel about the temple presence. I've been fortunate to attend temples in Melbourne, Samoa, LA, Utah, and of course Hamilton many, many times. The feelings I feel when I'm on the grounds are indescribable. It makes me want to be a better person. It's a feeling of peace, serenity. it always makes me want to be a better husband, a better father. I believe the benefits of the temple to the wairua of everyone, or the spirit of everyone, will outweigh any issue that you will hear today. The temple makes people want to be better people, better mothers, better fathers, better sons and daughters, grandparents, grandchildren, friend, and especially a citizen. I know you don't believe that because you haven't. For some, you may not have experienced that yet. But it's true. There are currently over 200 operating temples worldwide, and another 100 or so in the world that are in the process of being built or being dedicated. A temple in our community will not only serve our community, but will serve thousands of others who will come specifically to see it from the surrounding areas and the South Island, but also those who are passing through. For me, the temple in our midst, I think, brings a different spirit, as well as Akaho has kind of talked about it from her experience in other temples. But for me, every time I'm in the presence of a temple, it makes me want to be. There's a different type of feeling, and I know it's hard and difficult to imagine because maybe some of you have been in a temple presence before, or maybe not. But I can guarantee from every part of my being that having a temple in our ground or in our city will only bring massive benefits to making us better people. And yeah, it's difficult to express something that's not so tangible, but that's what I like to talk on. And I know a lot of people, and have valid reasons, talking about the spires a bit out of, not part of the district plan, the lighting that's going to be, illuminate the whole area, or perhaps it's going to be an eyesore, to the community. But I can guarantee once it's built that those opinions will change. And that's from my own experience, just like I've been to temples all over the world, and well, not all over the world, but I've been to a lot, and that's the same feeling I feel. And I don't think that's a bias, because I am a Latter-day Saint, but I think that's something that I kind of have experienced throughout my long years. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for that. Can I ask just one question?
Sure.
Can you explain, and it may not be easy to explain, the difference between a temple and a meeting house?
Sure.
In terms of that feeling.
So we have, we have thousands of chapels. We have 2 here in Porirua. And the chapels are a place of, for us, it's a place of worship where we come together, and it's open to anyone, and to come in. We invite everyone to come. The temples is the same. We invite all to come to the temple. The only difference is that because of for us, the temple is a sacred place, and it's a place that we deem as God's home here on earth. If he was to come to earth, that's where he would be. And so for temples, probably the biggest difference is that there is a criteria in you to enter the temple. Anyone can go, as long as you meet that criteria. And that criteria is one of being a believer, of course, believing in God, one of believing of being a good human being, and one of being a good a citizen. So that's probably the difference. And the temple grounds are dedicated like so. My grandfather actually kind of helped build the chapel here in Tirai Bay, and my grandfather also helped build the temple in Hamilton. So maybe that's probably why I'm like the way I am. Blame my grandfather. But I'm grateful for his sacrifice, for what he did, for what he believed, and I hope to emulate that with as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
So you're obviously a Porirua person.
Yes.
You live here.
Yes.
Some of the other I didn't ask some of the others, but I'm guessing some aren't Porirua, and one was a Kapiti Coast member. So how often would you travel out of Porirua to go to a temple? I mean, you mentioned that you've been over the seas, but
Yeah.
I'm not worried about overseas. I was just concerned about New Zealand.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the beauties that I'm looking forward to having one here, is that the travel, getting time off work to go to travel, then you got to drive up, you got to find accommodation up there. I would like to go like every 2 weeks or every week if I could, and I would. But just the traveling is, I've got one planned for this week, but I'm to go up, but I'm just waiting for my daughter to get leave. But I might have to kind of put it back now. But whereas if there was one here, that would help me feel that that peace. I could go more regular than I am.
Thank you.
When you do go to Hamilton, how much time would you spend in the temple itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, ceremonies, I'll probably spend about 2 sessions or 3 sessions a day, which is about an hour and a half each. And of course, spread out. And usually, because of distance, I'll usually just spend a day and then come back the next day.
So you can through, I understand there's a booking system, and through that system you can arrange to do these 2 or 3 sessions.
Yes.
And make the most of your time
Yes.
there.
There is now a booking system. In the past, there wasn't. We could just go but now it's when they built it, I think they kind of made it a little bit smaller. So, and it's quite popular. So we've got to book our time to get in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our final submitter before we take a break is Ila Pepe. No Zoom? No?
On Zoom, and I've just called them, but they haven't picked up. So I've sent a message.
Yeah.
But I haven't got a response.
Okay. All right. All right. We may.
Right ahead of time, but if there's somebody else that would like to speak earlier, that's here.
Yeah. Are there any other submitters here who would like to speak earlier? Get the bit done. You're welcome to come up here and table. Yep, that's right. Thanks, Dana. This is the joy of hearings: is you're either running too late or you're running too early, and so we appreciate people being flexible and coming forward. So thank you very much. I didn't catch your name, so
Amy Sinello.
Amy. Oh, yep. So the floor is yours to tell us, talk to your submission.
Okay,
Here, Delison.
thank you. I just want to apologise in advance for my mixture of feeling nervous and pregnancy hormones and like everything that's happening today. It's quite a it's been a very spiritual experience for me already. So don't mind the tears; they'll probably come. Okay. I love to see the temple. I'm going there someday to feel the Holy Spirit, to listen and to pray. For the temple is a house of God, a place of love and beauty. I'll prepare myself while I am young. This is my sacred duty. I love to see the temple. I'll go inside someday. I'll covenant with my Father. I'll promise to obey. For the temple is a holy place where we are sealed together. As a child of God, I've learnt this truth. A family is forever. These are the lyrics of a song I learnt as a child, which began my interest in the temple. I proudly sit before all of you today as a 5th generation member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. My family of origin, the Stinsons, have a great respect and reverence for the temple, and I'm grateful for the many examples of faithful temple attendance I've seen and experienced throughout my life. My grandparents, Mick and Betty Stinson, moved their young family to Utah just so that they could be sealed together as a family when there wasn't a temple here in New Zealand. They took a boat. My nana was pregnant, I believe. Thank you. And they took their family there for just under a year and then returned to New Zealand when they heard word that there would be a temple built in Hamilton. When the Hamilton temple was built, my papa worked on the interior while his son, my uncle Arthur, was an 11 or 12-year-old at the time, and he was a gopher, and he would just go and fetch tools and bits and pieces during his school holidays. And so I have a deep reverence for the temple. My father is from Te Aroa in Wellington, and my mother's from Taita in Lower Hutt. But I grew up with my brothers and my parents in Levin, which is where I've returned to raise my own little family. And as you've already heard, the only operating temple currently in New Zealand is in Templeview in Hamilton. I watched my mother faithfully attend the temple every month, going on what we used to have was temple buses from many stakes in the lower North Island. And our stake would take a temple bus and they would leave on Friday after work and they would drive up. And at that time, I'm thinking it was probably the 90s and maybe even the early 2000s, they had sessions running through the night for people that were travelling. So they would be in there at midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And then they would travel back the next day in time for dinner. And me and my brothers would probably, hold down the fort for her, but mostly just probably annoy each other while she was away. But she got that peace that she needed. She would go there with my nana and, I can't imagine that older people would be that comfortable travelling on a bus, but they did it because they truly deeply believed in what they were doing. My respect for the temple started growing when I was a child because I watched other people go, but when I was 12 and I was able to attend the temple for myself, that's when my own personal conviction and love and reverence for the temple was internalised. And I fell in love with going, and I would go at every chance I could. As a teenager, I had the opportunity to go probably twice a year with the other teenagers in my congregation and our youth leaders. And I've more or less continued that pattern throughout my life, attending at least twice a year, sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on my circumstances, for the past 31 years. As a mother of a toddler and soon to be newborn, there are not many opportunities to find peace and quiet in my life. And for those of you who have children or who have ever met a child, you'll know what I'm talking about. But the temple provides a place of solace and peace that I can't describe. It has to be felt to be experienced. I currently attend the temple twice a year for a week at a time, where I travel the 6 hours with my 2-year-old daughter and my 70-year-old mother, and we take turns looking after my girls so we can both have the time in the temple of the Lord. And my husband, bless him, has to stay home and work. He doesn't get the opportunity to take that time off as we have other responsibilities at home at the same time. But having a temple 40 minutes away is an absolute dream for me and my family. It would mean that my husband and I could attend together on a weekly or fortnightly basis and have that inner peace and reverence more frequently. And this is something that many members of my church have dreamed of for generations. And to be honest, I never thought that I would see a temple in the Wellington area in my lifetime. But I'm grateful that the opportunity is here now. And I give you this personal history of mine to illustrate how important and how central the temple is to my life and why I felt so strongly about making a submission for the hearing. So I'm going to address the points of my paper submission now. There are a number of benefits to the Porirua city and the economy that having the temple built here would have. So the first is that Porirua has a greater range of shops, supermarkets, petrol stations than my town of Levin. I love Levin. We call it paradise, but there are just some things that we don't have there that you have here in Porirua. So what this means for myself is that I would do my weekly shopping here. I would change all of my shopping habits because of the opportunities that you have here. I would do my weekly shop at Pack and Save. I would take advantage of being able to shop at bigger shops like Briscoe's, Kmart, and then specialty shops like Fuanga and Tapasini's Kitchen and Waitangirua, and also to get cheaper fuel at Pack and Save or NPD. And that would save a lot of money for my little family, but it would also be feeding money into the Porirua community. In my congregation in Levin, just in Levin, there are currently between 70 to 80 active current temple patrons who would also be taking the trip to Porirua on a regular basis. That doesn't include the youth. Our youth program has, I think, currently about 30 active young men and young women between the age of 11 and 18 who would also be frequenting the temple on the baptism trips, or which I used to go on when I was a teenager. So that's just Levin, okay? But I want you to think about the scale of the geographical area that the temple in Porirua would benefit the members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In our stake, so I think you talked a little, hopefully there's an understanding of the difference between a stake and a ward or a unit, but our stake geographical area goes as far as Waiuru, over to Wanganui on the west coast, and then east it goes to Pahiatua, and then down to, so Otaki is included in our ward and Levin. So like just in that geographical area alone, we have thousands of members of our stake. Not all of them temple patrons, but having the temple closer by would hopefully inspire some of them to want to attend as well. But this brings me to my next point, that temple patrons across New Zealand are currently all attending the temple in Hamilton, which for a lot of us is difficult to get to, and as the Sunix has talked about, especially the saints from the South Island, many of them simply cannot afford the trip, and that could be about the combination of flights or driving and ferries and time and distance. It is long and it's arduous, and the expenses are high. I recently attended the temple in the October school holidays and met some families there who told me that they save up all year to attend once. And I even met a woman who hadn't been to the temple in over a decade, and that was based on her circumstances. Having a temple in Porirua would make temple attendance a lot more attainable for thousands of temple patrons from the Middle to Lower North Island and the South Island too. This would bring in economic growth to Porirua because people travelling here to stay for a number of days or even a week would need accommodation, groceries, petrol, and would also go out to eat in local restaurants and so forth. While attending the temple in Hamilton myself, I've actually met a number of people who have moved away from Porirua and the Wellington area to be closer to the temple in Hamilton. They want to serve there more frequently, and the travel was just too much, so they've actually moved their families up there. I'm going to hazard a guess that having the temple here in Porirua may be a pullback to the area for them, especially if they are originally from here. But also it may see an increase of people wanting to move into the area, just like Hamilton has seen an increase of numbers of members of our church moving there to be close to the temple. The same thing could happen here in Porirua. There's also a significant amount of people here in the Porirua, or within the geographical scope of the temple in Porirua, that would be able to attend the temple who currently cannot and have not for years. And it could be because of limitations of finances or their health, transport, or even just childcare. And they'd be able to attend the temple more frequently and more often. So I want to speak a little bit more to the economic opportunities in the area. One of the functions of the temple is to perform marriages, or what we call temple sealings, for couples and families. My husband and I were sealed in the temple in Aotea in Samoa, and I treasure that memory more than I can explain. And we chose to do it in Samoa because my husband is from there and all of his family were there. and it was easier for us to go there than to bring them all here. But we spend thousands of dollars in their economy with reception and, you know, accommodation, all that. And it wasn't just us, it was our family and our friends that also went there. So as you'll well be aware, the wedding industry is worth millions of dollars each year, millions, and it's getting more and more expensive. And for a significant portion of our members who are planning a wedding, the temple is the ultimate goal. This means that, generally speaking, our couples who are planning their weddings for the temple are currently taking all of that money to vendors in the Hamilton area. Having a temple in Porirua would increase the income of wedding vendors in Porirua by a significant amount. Think of businesses like caterers, function venues, photographers, videographers, florists, like anything that's connected to a wedding. There would be an increase of wedding receptions in the area because it's easier for our couples to plan the whole thing in one place. So they go to the temple and then people are like, where in Hamilton do we have a reception? Who does catering? Who, and all of that. But it would be bought here, excuse me. So because it's easier to plan everything together, the money's going to Hamilton. But think about not just the wedding costs, but also their guests. So their guests would be looking for accommodation, food, transport, all the rest of it. And so I think that's one of the significant economic benefits. Aesthetically, I do believe that the temple will be a beautiful addition to the landscape of Porirua and can inspire that peace I spoke of earlier to anyone who sees it and walks on its grounds. The ordinances that are performed in the temple are of a quiet nature. In the temple, we're encouraged to be reverent and communicate in hushed tones. There are no dances or basketball competitions, youth activities and children's parties held there. They are held at our meeting houses, which are already dotted around Porirua. The temple is a sacred place, and we're taught from childhood how to respect and reverence the peace of the temple grounds and its buildings. To members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a temple is the most sacred place on earth. So in conclusion, it's my testimony and belief that building a temple in Porirua would benefit everyone in your beautiful city, not just members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There are economic and spiritual benefits to be gained by all, and it's my prayer and fervent hope that the temple will be built here in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you mind letting Linda have a copy of your notes, just so, because we couldn't write fast enough, especially with my hand at the moment. So thank you very much for that. Can you help me understand what the difference is between the temple and the meeting house to you? You know, why would you go to the temple? When would you go to a meeting house? That's sort of the differences.
Yeah, sure. So like a meeting house is somewhere where as an active member of the church, and so that, you know, that's someone who's like actively participating in the, you know, the lifestyle and the beliefs and so on and so forth. So I would be at the chapel at minimum once a week. So on a Sunday, going there for our worship. So we have our time together as families. So the first hour, I'll just kind of break it down a little bit. So we have 2 hours on a Sunday where we all get together as a family, and as a ward, we call each other ward families as well, right? So in the first hour is where we have our what's called a sacrament meeting, and that is the most important part of the day, because in the sacrament meeting is where we renew our covenants that we make when we're baptised, but also the covenants we make in the temple. We renew that through the sacrament. So that is partaking of bread and water, remembering the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. So that in and of itself is a very sacred ordinance. And, you know, so in our meeting house, the chapel proper, I think is what we call it, the chapel proper, is where the sacrament's held. And so that physical part of the building is considered to be the most sacred. It's almost like, if I could make a comparison, like the temple portion of our chapel. But anyone can come in, anyone can come. And so I'll be honest, as a mother of a toddler, church sometimes just feels like a bit of survival, because I'm like, she's, you know, she knows to be quiet for the sacrament, and she sits and waits and she's like, where's the bread, where's the water, you know, like, you know, and she's really excited about that. But as soon as that kind of quiet, sacred time is done, she wants to run off. So for me, I love being at church, but I also know that there are things that, because of the particular circumstances in my life right now, like raising little children, you don't get that kind of peace or quiet that you're always looking for. But it's still a place of instruction. Whereas the temple, there's just a different tone and feel. I don't take my toddler into the temple. It's not appropriate to do so. You know, like there is, like others have alluded to, like different standards and an elevated way of living, or that you try to do every day, to be able to go into the temple. And there is, you know, where we hold recommends. So it's like if you will, like a passport to get into the temple, I guess. And part of that is for us to reflect on if we feel like we should be going to the temple. Like, are we living our lives in a way that we'd be happy to stand in front of God and say, yeah, I could be in here with you. So I guess in terms of the difference between the feeling of the meeting house versus the temple, is that a meeting house is literally for anyone. They don't have to be living any kind of standard or lifestyle. Anyone can visit at any time, as long as the chapel's open. Whereas the temple, it is open for everyone, but there is an expectation of kind of living a different way, or like elevating your lifestyle to be more like Jesus Christ. And that doesn't mean that we're perfect or that we've got everything in our life sorted. It just means that we are striving and we're trying, and, you know, we're doing our very best every day. But it is that quiet and that reverence, and like everyone, like you look around, everyone's in white, right? Like everyone wears white. And it just feels kind of heavenly. Whereas at church, you know, like kids running around, and I'm in the primary program and I love it. The primary is for 18-month-old children up to 11. And so I don't run it by myself, but I'm part of that program. And I love it. It's so cool. But there's a difference, you know, like you're with kids, it's like children's church, you know, like it's very different to having that peace in the temple. So I think it's more about the peace that isn't necessarily gained in a standard chapel.
Right. Thank you. Question?
Thank you. I just appreciate your sharing today. I understand it is difficult, but we try not to make it difficult. Yeah, so I appreciate it is difficult. So you're talking about weddings. I just want to understand. So there's, as I understand it, I could be completely wrong, there's a small ceremony at the temple, and then you go somewhere else for your reception. So you don't like have the big wedding at the temple.
That's correct. So this temple ceiling rooms will, depending on how many people it can have in each room, will determine how many people can be at the ceiling. And typically you would kind of like invite the people that are closest to you, that are temple patrons, to attend that, because I think, do you know what the capacity is in the ceiling rooms? Maybe in Hamilton, like the ones that we already have. Yeah, so 52 would be the... Yeah, so that's going to be less, obviously, in the Wellington Temple, but like the biggest ceiling room in Hamilton is 52. There are several, though, eh? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it just depends on like the size of the ceiling room and how many people can sit, because it's not... you know, appropriate for people to just, like all hoard in and just stand around, you know, like it's a sacred ceremony. So whoever comes to the ceiling would probably typically go to the reception, but the receptions are much bigger, you know, and in our church community, we have such a diverse range of cultures as well. Some weddings are like 200, 300, 400 people, you know, depending on their families, their friends, culture, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it's a significant amount of people attending weddings, and ceilings. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. While we're talking about the weddings, and maybe it's not the best, you may not be able to answer this, but I'm just wondering what the sort of frequency might, you know, do you have any feel for is it every weekend there's a number of them at Hamilton, or
I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly how many there are, but certainly I got the feeling when I would go to the temple, we would often go to the temple on the weekends, and that's typically when weddings are, and it felt like at least there were always weddings, like that was kind of like the feel. But we also have had there would have been a change in that when our temple was closed for renovations. So there was a couple of years there where there were obviously no weddings happening in New Zealand, and people were either going overseas and coming back, or just getting married civilly and waiting for the temple to be rededicated so that they could be sealed. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty significant number. I just couldn't give you an exact amount. I mean, I think too, to highlight as Christians and members of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, one of the things we believe in is not to engage in sexual activity before marriage. So that often drives younger couples to get married a lot more frequently than maybe they wouldn't. Does that kind of make sense? Yeah. It's probably a pretty, I don't know, way to say it, but it is one of the, we do have a lot of younger couples getting married, and having a temple here would, I think, definitely contribute to that.
you also talked about previously, I think, with your mother and the temple bus. Is there any coordination within the community now in terms of travel to Hamilton?
Yeah, so from our stake, so in the Palmerston North or the Manawatu, we often, like, people do just go individually, like with their families or whatever, but there's often temple, not buses, what are they? Vans, I think. Yeah, a lot of people just hire vans to take people up on. I actually know a friend of mine in Lower Hutt who, when she became the Relief Society president, so that is the person who watches over the women of the ward and has responsibilities for them. And there are a lot of older people in her congregation, bought a van, like a huge van, and frequently takes those women up to the temple. So because they can't drive, don't have their own transport, and she just puts on these temple trips for them, and it's, she's the most selfless person I know, but like incredible to see that people will make that time and effort to go. So vans, I don't know of any buses personally, but that's not to say that it doesn't happen. But yeah, definitely coordinate. Yeah, like they'll go often together. Mm-hmm.
And my final question is, do you have a meeting house in Levin, or do you come down to, you have one in Levin?
Yeah, we have one in Levin. Mm-hmm. And that services Otaki, Shannon, Foxton, Levin, and the surrounding little areas there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much again, helping us with our understanding.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. And for your flexibility as well. That's been good. So, I mean, we are due to break at 11. Linda, are we any progress in there? Are there anyone else who would like to come forward? I think so. Okay. No, we'll take an adjournment. We are due to reconvene at 11:30, so that's what we'll do. We'll stick to the time frame. Thank you. be reconvened now, and I do believe we have Mr. Watson. Correct. So if you'd like to take a seat and get yourself settled. And we're here to hear your submission, or the main points to your submission. The green light should go on if it's on. Just, yeah, push.
How's that now? You can hear me okay?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Good.
That's fantastic.
Let me know when the clock starts. Are we good to go? Okay, there's quite a bit here. I'll be travelling fast, so buckle up and please hold any questions until the end. My name is Christopher Watson. Good morning. I've been a long-time resident of Porirua, and my wife and I have lived here for 30 years, raising 4 children, and 3 of whom have attended Aotea College opposite the proposed site. I've been a sports coach and a referee up at the college and elsewhere in Porirua for many years. My submission today focuses on the likely impacts of not so much the physical environment, which we know to be non-trivial, but on the spiritual environment and well-being of local residents, including the young impressionable minds attending Aotea College. I'll be presenting findings from my research and then concluding with a recommendation for Council to consider. But before tackling the details, I'll lay out the broader context and spiritual backdrop to what Mormonism claims to promote, the gospel of Jesus Christ. Our nation has enjoyed the privilege and blessings of a Christian heritage that traces back over 200 years. We can thank the 19th century missionaries as well as many early settlers, Māori included, who converted from paganism to Christianity. And I'm grateful for the faith, the hope and love that they've brought into our environment, blessings that have impacted the people of their time, their children's children, and generations to come. Our Christian heritage is neither old-fashioned nor disposable nor obsolete, but something to be treasured, protected and preserved. It is a Christ-centered love for our Creator, for our neighbour, which edifies this nation and brings glory to God. In using the term God, I draw from what the Holy Bible states concerning the supernatural and the divine, namely that there exists one true God, your Creator and mine, in whom we live and breathe and have our being. This God of the Holy Bible is a God of love, truth, justice and mercy, a holy Trinity of Father, Son and Spirit, who together act as one living God in perfect harmony and divine unity. The Bible states clearly that all of us have inherited a sin nature from the first man, Adam, who together with the first woman, Eve, fell from grace in the Garden of Eden. And this is relevant, folks, to today. You'll see why shortly. We're born into this world with a fallen nature that separates us from our Creator and His goodness. As we grow older, our sins, shame and guilt mount up, and as much as we might like to think otherwise, there's a mounting debt and reckoning ahead that no amount of good works can settle. The moral gravity of our sins is such that we cannot by our own works draw from God a deserved reconciliation and forgiveness. And so the gospel of Jesus Christ is important. The only way that we can be forgiven of our sins and reconciled with God and delivered from the ultimate price that we must pay is by way of a blood sacrifice, the laying down of a life that is unblemished and pure, a heaven-sent gift of grace, divine, innocent, and yet still a member of the human race. Jesus Christ alone qualifies to be the Lamb of God, whose loving sacrifice saves us from the presence, the power, and the consequences of our sins, both in this life and beyond the grave. Our sins and shame are resolved through repentance towards God and faith towards Jesus Christ. That is the crux of the gospel message revealed to us by way of the Holy Scriptures in the person of Jesus Christ. We are saved by God's grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone. I'll now compare that precious gospel with what is taught from within a Mormon temple. Mormonism teaches, contrary to the Bible, that we are all born without sin, that is, righteous, and only later become sinners. Yet it is from conception that we are fallen creatures, cursed with the sin of Adam, with an ingrained sin nature that brings us up short of our Creator's righteous standards, separates us from Him and undermines our hope of glory. We are all born with our back to God. Number 2, Mormonism claims that all unbelievers, when they die, go into a holding pen where Jesus visits them in the afterlife to grant them one last opportunity to believe in Him and be saved with entry into heaven. That's a comforting thought for anyone wanting to postpone a life-altering decision that brings them under the lordship of God's appointed Saviour.
Mr. Watson, I'm going to pause you there.
You're interrupting, sir.
I am
Does
interrupting.
Does the clock stop?
The clock has stopped because I have stopped it. We are here to understand the physical effects of this proposed temple and church and facilities around this. We are not here to hear a religious debate between one faith and another faith.
So I'll defer you to what I've read in the Ministry of Environment's guidelines.
Okay.
For resource consents and for putting together submissions.
Yep.
They talk of the environment. They do not define it categorically as physical environment. This is a spiritual environment as well as a physical environment, and I'm talking to the spiritual environment, which is relevant, sir.
I'll appreciate that, but if you could summarise your points to the effects on the spiritual environment without necessarily a critique of the Mormon Church versus any other faith, that would be much appreciated.
So the teaching impacts our spiritual environment.
Right.
And I'm talking to the teaching that will be done within the temple.
And how will this affect you?
The spiritual environment will affect directly the people in that area, and not least of all, the impressionable minds of the students at Aotea College. So bear with me, sir. Start the clock again, please. I'll take my time.
No, you will just focus, please, on the effects of the proposal on, and you mentioned the students. How will they be affected, for instance, from this temple?
Okay, there's false doctrine and teachings which are contrary to the Word of God, and that to me is an effect we can't
Okay.
ignore. So allow me to continue and you'll see why.
Well, I can see you've got quite a few pages there.
No, I have 3 pages.
Yeah. So can you just basically...
3 pages for 14 minutes, and there's question time at the end. So in the last minute, feel free to ask your questions, but bear with me. I've got a right to speak. This is a freedom of speech issue, if nothing else, and you're impinging it, sir.
I understand that, but our focus here will be on the physical effects of the church on the environment. Now, yes, it does talk about spiritual side of things, but I want to understand that in more sort of simple terms for us.
Is this too complicated, sir?
A full critique of one faith over another.
Okay. So I'm not comparing faiths.
Right.
What I'm doing is comparing what the Mormon teach within their temple, which will impact the spiritual environment of our local community. It's relevant, and it's not something you can just dismiss as being irrelevant, sir. It's relevant because of what the Ministry of Environment have dictated by way of their guidelines. So allow me to continue, please.
I will allow you a few more minutes to talk, but if it's a continual critique, then I will stop it because it's not helping our deliberations.
All right, so are you interested in the impacts on the environment, including spiritual environment?
Yes.
Good, let me continue then. Let me know when the clock starts again.
You can start again, but as I said, I'm going to stop it if it's a continual critique, because that's not helping us in our consideration of this proposal.
Well, that's your personal opinion, sir.
That's right.
There'll be others that may have a different opinion. I certainly have.
Right. Well,
Let me continue
carry
with the
on.
impacts on the spiritual environment, please.
Okay.
As a ratepayer and resident of Porirua, speaking into this resource consent application, let me know when the clock starts.
You can start again, yes, but I may stop you soon.
Right, so because people are given the impression that they can delay any decision that might bring them into right relationship with God, many have been deceived into thinking that on their deathbed or soon after, they will be given a final reprieve by Jesus to escape God's justice, and so can meanwhile continue through their life indulging in sinful pursuits, addictions, and self-centered living. But that's a dangerous fantasy. The Bible teaches that we are destined to die once, and after that comes the judgment. So our Creator is indeed merciful and a God of second chances, but only whilst we're living here on earth. Not once we are dead, and our fate and destiny is then sealed for eternity. Today is the day of salvation, yet false doctrines such as this would have us believe otherwise until it's too late to receive Christ for who he is and to be saved from damnation. Mormons have canonized their Book of Mormon, Doctrine and Covenants, and a small collection of 18th century writings called the Pearl of Great Price, which they claim complement what the Holy Bible reveal of Jesus Christ and present a more complete set of gospel truths. But do they? For example, in the Book of Mormon, Nephi, It states that God directed a family of Middle Eastern Jews in 590 BC to a mountain containing iron ore to make tools from scratch and build in less than a year a ship capable of sailing from the Arabian Peninsula to America, at a time when very few ships were sailing the Mediterranean Sea, let alone 3/4 of the way around the globe, with no record of stopping for fresh water and supplies or getting directions, sailing all the way from America.
Mr. Watson, I'm
westward,
not
but
sure that
eastward.
this is helping us in our consideration.
Okay, they teach fantasy, sir.
Can you explain to the hearing?
Have you clocked the stop? Stop the clock.
That's irrelevant to.
No,
what
it's
I'm
not
about to
irrelevant. I
say.
get 15 minutes, sir.
I know, and we want you to use your 15 minutes in a way that will help us. So if you can explain to us how directly the effects could occur, and not go back to that theological sort of historical references, that would be more of interest to us.
Right, so you don't want theological references of what's claimed within the church as truth, when it in fact is fantasy. You're not interested.
That's not going to help us with this resource consent hearing.
Okay, so the spiritual impact is that there's racism and polygamy taught from within the church. It's not so much today, but in the past, and so it has a history of ill repute with respect to racism and polygamy. Now, I would argue, and others might too, that racism, if it's taught, could be impacting the spiritual environment and attitudes of local citizens.
How will that occur?
Well, they claim, for example, that Mary was exceedingly fair and white.
I understand that, but how would it occur onto the residents of Porirua City? How would that directly impact on them?
Well, if the teaching is truth, differences between men and women, or men of colour and women of colour, and people who are of white skin, as though there's some superiority, it will impact Porirua, our attitude to one another, and will have an impact on the environment. Not just the spiritual environment, the psychological environment. Why are we having an argument here when I've been asked to come in for 15 minutes
Can
to
I just
speak?
make a comment here? I think we're kind of getting off track with
Yes.
this hearing. So, Mr. Watson, I just want you to heed what's being said by Commissioner and the panel about keeping to the script. So we're here to have your say, but totally, I think you're kind of drifting into an area which isn't helpful. So
Okay, so you want me to keep to your script or to mine?
we want to hear what you want to say, but it
You
has to
do?
be on
Okay.
the effects on that are relevant to this hearing. So
All right, so let me continue with my script rather than yours, because it may be different to your own narrative and what you're looking to promote and give priority to. But it's something as a ratepayer and resident of Porirua, a long-term resident, I give priority to, the spiritual environment, so bear with me, please. You've only got to listen, and you're paid to listen for 15 minutes.
I'm paid to listen to what's relevant to this hearing.
It's a spiritual environment issue, sir.
I understand that, but how will those effects occur? That's what we're interested in.
Okay, so if people from Aotea College or anyone else going into the temple are taught fantasy and false doctrine, but taught it as truth, then they'll be misled.
And how will they go into the temple? Because we understand that, I don't know if you've listened to the hearing to date, but we understand there's a booking system. Not any person in the public can go into the temple.
People are invited into the temple by members of the church.
Okay.
Okay. So if you want me to jump to the end result.
That would be
so
useful. Thank you.
Mormonism misrepresents the character of God. It rejects the doctrine of the Trinity, and it misrepresents Jesus Christ. It teaches that the Son exists from all eternity, but makes two mistakes. First, that his pre-existence was only as vague, unformed matter until his heavenly parents begot his spirit. And secondly, that his pre-existence, as they define it, is the pattern for all created beings, that we too have existed from eternity, come into being through Heavenly Father with one of his heavenly wives, and then placed into a human body created by earthly parents. Now, while it's true that there was never a time when Christ was not, there was definitely a time prior to our conception in our mother's womb when we were not. But Mormonism misrepresents the character of mankind in teaching that we're immortal and capable of becoming gods. Now, this is serious because it gives people the idea that they're like little gods and divine. It does not regard human and divine as mutually exclusive categories, but insists that the two are one, that we are of the lineage of the gods. The Bible, however, clearly distinguishes between the triune nature of God, Father, Spirit, Son, and the triune nature of mankind, spirit, soul, and body. We have spiritual sensibilities, but God alone is eternal and divine, period. They teach that Christ has also returned to earth with 2 visitations, but his second coming is yet to come. The Bible's clear on that. In fact, the Mormon Church has recently added to its Book of Mormon the subtitle Another Testament of Jesus Christ, but in light of its teachings on the Son of God, it would be more accurate to say that it presents to the world a testament of another Jesus Christ, a false Christ, one we should not facilitate by way of facilities in this city. So not only is this organisation seriously misguided in its beliefs, but with so many unscriptural notions and binding authoritarian practices, it's an unhealthy influence on the spiritual environment of Porirua, on the hearts and minds of our college-age students and others brought under the spell of its tainted gospel, spiritual fantasies, legalism, authoritarian control, and command structures from out of Utah. I'll conclude with some good news. The untainted gospel of Jesus Christ is the most important message in the entire universe, because it is the power of God unto salvation for everyone who believes. People from every race, every class, every creed can come to know the sovereignty and majesty of God and the saving grace of our Lord Jesus Christ via his gospel message. We spiritually connect with the Father for forgiveness, reconciliation, and eternal life by believing in his Son. And this saving faith is not something that we can inherit from our parents or from anyone else. It is something that must be personally discovered and spiritually experienced with God alone. In other words, God has no grandchildren, only children who, by his will and spirit, have been adopted into his family for eternity through a spiritual, born-again experience whereby he resolves our past sins and shame through repentance and faith in Christ. The Mormon Church is a multinational group of well-organised and well-funded but spiritually misguided people controlled from authorities in Utah. Its misrepresentations and distortion of the gospel message will make it less likely that the people of Porirua will encounter the real Jesus and through him experience the saving grace of God and spiritual sanctification that dramatically improves our character and happiness. And so my question to each of you counsellors is this: are you wanting this day to recognise the blessings of our Creator, the God of the Holy Bible, who for over 200 years has been the treasured central focus and theme of our nation's Christian heritage, or not? Are you wanting to honour the real Jesus, the eternal Son of the living God, and most important man to have ever lived, or not? Then do so by protecting our local spiritual environment from the influence loaded with falsifications regarding the nature of God and the human condition, a binding religiosity, authoritarianism, plagiarism, and outright fantasy. Choose this day whom you will serve. Be content, please, to leave this organisation confined to their current temple abode in Elsden. In doing so, you'll be doing your bit to protect the spiritual health and safety of our city from not only a 35-metre tall physical monstrosity, but also a spiritual one, an unbiblical, unchristian, unsavoury influence on the people of Porirua. It is for the reasons presented in this oral submission regarding the negative impacts on Porirua's spiritual environment that I stand opposed to the granting of a resource consent for the construction of a Mormon temple and associated facility on Okowai Road. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to the people of Porirua.
Okay, thank you. And if you could give a copy to Linda so that we have a record of it, that would be much appreciated.
I was asked to bring in 20 copies.
Okay, thank you.
Who's Linda?
That's over there. Right, thank you.
There you go, Linda. Let me get them to you there. It's 19 there.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Our next submitter is Horituri Elkington. Oops.
So it'll show up there for you, so you don't have to turn back. Play.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oops. Okay, well, thank you. Welcome to the hearing. The floor is all yours for you to talk to your submission.
Green light is on now. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā rangatira o te. Ngā rangatira me ngā kaitiaki o ngā tikanga me ngā kawa o te Porirua Kaunihera. I've just greeted all of you as chiefs and caretakers of the customs and the laws that apply here in this room. Kia ora koutou katoa. A little change. I'm going to have my wife read the first bit and the last bit of my talk, of my information. So she'll start with point number 1. So the first thing, and someone taught me that the only thing that's constant is change, is the second word. Wife will change to husband as she reads it. Kia ora.
Kia ora, everybody. Okay, my husband and I are serving as Special Project Temple Construction Missionaries for this project, the Wellington, New Zealand Temple. This is the third unpaid senior service mission for us. It is about love. We respect the rights of all submitters to express their views, be they supportive or opposing. Not all views are equal, but we acknowledge that all will be respected, considered and addressed accordingly. We are aware that there will be construction-related inconvenience. We will seek to manage such respectfully. As part of the lead temple construction team, one of our priorities is to be responsible neighbours. We have recently been reminded of that principle by President Dallin H. Oakes of the First Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint, a retired Justice of the Utah Supreme Court. In his October 2024 General Conference talk entitled Following Christ, he said, "This is a time of many harsh and hurtful words in our public communications and sometimes even in our families. Sharp differences on issues of public policy often result in actions of hostility, even hatred, in public and personal relationships." He then taught the following: "We need to love and do good to all. We need to avoid contention and be peacemakers in all our communications. This does not mean to compromise our principles and priorities, but to cease harshly attacking others for theirs. That is what our perfect role model, Jesus Christ, did in his ministry. That is the example he set for us as he invited us to follow him."
The reasons for my views are, first, spiritual blessings, first being peace. My wife and I have visited temples around the world, and temple grounds have always given us a feeling of peace, which at times we have been desperate for. This temple and surrounding grounds will invite an element of peace, restfulness, and recovery, which will bless our wider community. Revelation and inspiration. From our experience, the temple and surrounding grounds invite revelation and inspiration, be it individually or collectively. Revelation and inspiration will not be exclusive to recommend holders. It will include all who seek such blessings in faith. Safety. Temples and temple grounds are a safe place spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Landmark. I'm highlighting navigational. My ancestors were respected seafaring navigators. I understand the taonga, or the treasure, of landmarks to seafarers and the comfort that such brings to weary navigators, especially near the last leg of the journey. Many times, as I have crossed Cook Strait with a boatload of passengers, the lights of Mount Kaukau in the distance and the lights of Whitireia aerial mast, when closer, guide us to the safe harbour. Whilst I am not an aviation authority, I am a seafarer with some credentials. Based on my experiences, I wonder if this temple will become a beacon to pilots landing plane loads of passengers
into those Wellington southerly storms. I wonder if our temple lights will become a welcoming comfort to many passengers on this leg of their journey. Reduce national carbon emissions. The Temple District, serviced by this temple, includes the entire South Island and the lower North Island, including Hastings. Currently, a significant mileage by road and airline is covered by those attending the Hamilton Temple each year. This temple will significantly reduce the collective carbon emissions nationally every year. Economic. Patrons visiting the temple will support the local and regional economy annually. Some have relatives living in the Wellington region who they will stay with. There will be a support to the wider economy, be it at eateries, shopping malls, entertainment places, and the like. I note with admiration an increase in eating places in Porirua. Also, the recent relocation of Port Nicholson Fisheries and Moana Seafoods. Yes, we will tell temple attendings where the good stuff is. This temple will bless our economy and the wider economy, perhaps small to begin with, but it will be an ever-growing support. Purpose. I have noted, sir, that you've asked the difference between temples and chapels, so I'm going to cover this a little bit, but briefly. Temples have a different function to chapels, and likewise to all other church-owned buildings. They are places of elevated spiritual connection with God, where sacred covenants, promises, and blessings with Him are formalized. Unlike chapels, large gatherings do not occur at temples. Temples do not function on Sundays and Mondays. Monday's a day off. The following examples show that temples are extraordinary places to our people. When I talk our people, I'm meaning the Maori people, principally. Personal experience number 1. Near the completion of the Hamilton Temple, a storm created flooding and other damage which threatened the completion of the temple in time for dedication, 20th of April, 1958. My cousin John Elkington, a leader of the construction team, sent out a call for help. My parents did something they had never even considered before, nor since. They left us on D'Urville Island in the care of a friend, not of our faith. I might say his name. It's Sio Falawa. From the island of Niue, the latter 30 years of his life was spent here in Porirua. And heeded the call. Likewise, so also did our uncles and aunties, both on the island and in town. My parents had 11 children at the time, and our neighbouring uncle and auntie was similar. Such would have been a huge sacrifice for them. I have since found photos of my dad standing on the roof of the temple and at the entrance of the Hamilton Temple. I reflect back to those days and recall them as being among the safest time of my life. My parents and uncles and aunties went with faith that we would be safe, and we were. The Lord looked after us. Likewise, our Porirua whānau did the same, but that's not all. Porirua supplied one of the largest contingent of labour missionaries, the builders of the temple and church college. All of them were my whānau, including my oldest brother and many of my first cousins. They received an allowance of 10 shillings a week, equivalent to $1 a week, but they were a happy and a blessed people. Personal experience number 2. On the 2nd of October 2013, my wife and I, received a phone call from Salt Lake calling us to serve as second counsellor and assistant matron in the Hamilton Temple Presidency starting 1st of November 2013 for a period of 3 years. With less than a month's notice, the above example, my parents' example, to reflect on, and my uncles and aunties, and my wife's obedience, we packed up, eliminated some distractions, sent the boats to D'Urville Island in the care of my brothers, and away we went to serve with the great Sid and Colleen Going as temple president and matron. What a blessing. My journal records spiritual experiences every day as evidence that the power of heaven is in God's temple and the veil between the living and the dead is very thin in his house. We would go to the temple every day knowing that we would have a faith-promoting experience every day, and we did. Reflection upon the evidence of our Polynesian people. I am impressed with the faithful service of our cousins from the islands of the Pacific, who always prioritize temple service as tuakana. I reverently share a comment from the submission of a respected friend, Whaalongo Liana Talosanga Va'ai, as follows. This is the words of Sanga, Whaalongo. As I mentioned earlier in my submission, many of our matua and elders have prayed, fasted, and dreamed for the construction of this holy house right here in Porirua. People have moved to other areas of Aotea, others have moved overseas, whilst others who have passed on are watching from beyond the grave. Thank you, Whaalongo, for putting the real why on the GPS and the plotter screen. Such supreme navigational tools. I come back again to the purpose of the temple as covered in my brief. Only in God's temples can the formalizing of sacred covenants, promises, and blessings with him on behalf of those who are watching from beyond the grave be completed vicariously. There is a higher level of connection when someone does something for another that they cannot do for themselves. No financial reward can be as gratifying, such as the spirit of temple work. Reverently and respectfully, I comment doctrinally on what the Apostle Paul referred to as baptized for the dead. The reference is 1 Corinthians 15:29. Else what shall they do which are baptized for the dead, if the dead rise not at all? Why are they baptized for the dead? I am happy to expand further on that sacred doctrine at another time. I include a photograph of the view of the temple site from one of our Urupa cemeteries, where our little girl Ashley and many of our whānau rest. We saved the best real estate for our dead, for such are they respected. Ashley is surrounded by labour missionaries, all of whom are her uncles and aunties. Symbolically speaking, for them to look out across the harbour to the completed house of the Lord will be more than just a beautiful sight. It will be an eternal honour for the selfless service they gave. They also built the chapel in the far right of the photograph. We love and honour them. We refer to their service as a legacy of love. I refer to the last verse of 1 Corinthians 15, verse 58, as a summary of our love and appreciation for the remarkable service of our labour missionaries. Paul taught, "Therefore, my beloved brethren, be ye steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, for as much as ye know that your labour is not in vain in the Lord." I conclude this section with a short video of the labour missionaries. I don't know how to do that. We won't show all of it. I'll just put my hand up when it's time to stop.
Okay, so
I just want to show the building of the chapel here in Porirua, a labour of love.
it's not turning on.
If it doesn't come, then we'll carry on.
Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, thank you. So, oh, there we go. There's no
sound.
No sound.
I'm kind of thinking, I wasn't living here then, it might be 1960, 62. Look at how beautiful that harbour is. That's really all I really wanted to show you, how beautiful that harbour is.
And the site of looking directly across to where we're envisaging the temple to be built. Yeah, yeah.
Do you recognise any? I think we can pause there. This is just a real touch of these are the people that served building our buildings for $1 a week. Thank you. Joanna will conclude.
In conclusion, I'll just cover from community inspiration that this all have. The temple will be an inspiration to our community, as all temples are. The temple team, of which we are, has a respect and appreciation for our community. I am pleased that the application has gone to public notice because it allows the community to voice their concerns and to be heard, so that there be no surprises. Concerns can be addressed as best as they can, not to everyone's satisfaction, but hopefully we can move on and be good neighbours working together to bless the community. We live in the community. Our tupuna have lived here for generations. We believe that this temple will bless our community more than anything else can and will, that our children and their children and successive generations will be blessed. I acknowledge that there are height, lighting and other policy conditions which this application may need to address. Such will be addressed by other supportive submitters who are better informed than we. We will support their approach. We confirm that we have been party to consultation in an inclusive and respectful manner as possible with our members, our iwi leaders, including our kaumātua, on 2 separate occasions our neighbours, including our friends at Gear Homestead and Aotea College. I appreciate the respectful manner of all local organisations whom we have correlated this work with. We appreciate the respectful manner of communications and dealings with Porirua City Council, their advisors and support persons. We believe that Heavenly Father loves this community. He wants to bless the whole community and all who live in it, including our wider Temple District community, and He will.
Okay, kia ora for that. Just a couple of questions from me. The photograph you've used, that's the Urupares over just up here at Takupau.
Behind the chapel.
And just on the other side of the harbour, you see the trees there. That's where the temple site will be.
Okay.
Or is.
Thank you. And your role in the construction of it, could you just clarify for me what that will be? And you have a role in the construction?
Our main role is actually recording the history from start to finish. So we're there for the long haul to record everything, including this gathering and what's discussed here. Yeah.
And support all who work there in whatever way we can with probably our local knowledge and other things.
And the crew that come on board with the contracted workers, we support them. So we'll be always on site with them.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Questions?
I don't actually have a question as such. I appreciate your submission today. I understand you've had obviously a long association, and you've travelled and you've been a part of many different aspects of your religion. So I don't have a question, but thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple of questions. If consent is granted, do you have an expectation of when construction would start?
If consent is granted, and if there are no appeals, I imagine that we're pretty much ready to begin tendering for interested contractors quite quickly.
And my second question is: Are you expecting the necessary skills to be available locally? That's within the Wellington region, say, or will you draw the skills in from wider than?
It's probably a question that if I can ask Oscar to answer, but he'd be more skilled in that area. Sorry, Oscar, but or Dave or somebody. I am a former qualified quantity surveyor, but I'm retired.
Sorry, just
to make sure it's clear. What was the question again?
So it was, is there an expectation that the skills needed for building the temple will be available locally? And when I'm saying locally, I'm thinking Wellington region, or will you be needing to go further afield?
A cast in the net exercise was conducted about a year ago. There are a lot of skilled contractors in Porirua, Wellington area, which will receive the tender documentation. There are some specialist trades that we will have to bring from Auckland, but otherwise, a lot of the trades can be let, I believe, from within the region.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just close that comment? But I was impressed by the first presenter today, Moroni, who shared those words about a contractor who was so grateful that in the recent renovations of the Hamilton Temple, a contractor who looked upon their getting that contract as saving them from going into bankruptcy. I do believe that wherever we can look at local, we will include local, but we will select, I guess, on professional grounds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia koutou. Thank you very much. Kia koutou katoa.
Next submitter is scheduled to speak. It's Stephanie Gooden. So you've seen how it works now?
I have. I've been watching you all morning.
Okay, all right.
So first time submitters, so be gentle.
We will. Linda's here to help somehow.
Linda, I've just got some talking points on my laptop. So.
Turn these mics off because it all...
Technology.
They don't like it.
Okay. Lovely. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. You've had a busy day. I've been watching you online. It's been very interesting. So thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I come to you as just merely a local community resident based in Whitby, mother of 4 children, first-time submitter. So this is all very new for me. I just want to express I've heard some beautiful things this morning, and I have absolute araha and love for the church. I'm not here to judge or anything like that around religion. I'm purely here as a mum and a local community person who has some safety concerns around a structure of a building. So I'll just try and keep on to my notes here, team. Let's have a go. So I have 4 children who have attended Aotea College. I have 1 left, currently going through Aotea College. And I have many friends in the Aotea area who actually will be overlooking this site. I'm that person that's walking the dog, walking down to Okowai Lagoon, and I love Gear Homestead and everything it represents. I'm also very excited that Gear Homestead again is going to be reopening and that it's a wonderful facility for our community. And I am concerned about how that may be impacted by such a structure. Like I said, I've been watching the live stream and note that the evidence presented has also addressed my concerns that I have raised in my submission. In fact, hand on heart, it only reinforces my concerns, such a dominant structure being constructed in our community. I am obviously not in support of the temple. I believe it is an over-the-top structure. I am aware that a key approach of the church is to build large structures in the hope that it will increase their membership. And I have done some research, and based on the Mormon newscast episode 044, it has stated that this is their approach, and there are a number of members around the world that don't agree with this approach. Also, I'd like to note that around the world there are a number of these submissions going on with exactly the same concerns. So it's just not us here in Little Porirua. There's a reoccurring theme. Okay, bear with. All right. So my key concerns. So one is the scale of the proposed temple. So the landscape and visual assessments have been undertaken by the council and the applicant's consultants. The conclusion seems to be that the building is inappropriate. The assessment being that the building is of a residential scale and fits into the environment. It is also stated that the temple will be a landmark building that needs to be cited as this prominent location to become a monument or a beacon. I would just like to highlight the inconsistent messaging here. Is it residential because it's zoned as residential, or is it a monument, significant landmark, non-residential? I do not understand how this assessment is rationalised. How can the building be considered a residential scale building consistent with the character established by all the existing other houses in the area, based on the rules of the district plan, and then almost be an appropriate landmark monument building? I understand from what I've read that the development that is permitted by the district plan on this site would be 3 houses built up to a maximum height of 11 metres. So, how then can the 37-metre high proposed landmark monument building be assessed as being anywhere near consistent in scale with 3 3-storey high houses? 2, I question how the temple can be assessed as being visually absorbed. From my understanding, the landscape assessment the conclusion is that nearby buildings, which are described as large-scale non-residential buildings, being Aotea College, Gear Homestead and the Police College, makes this a suitable construction of the temple. I do not understand how this conclusion can be reached, and I do not agree that this will be the case. The temple is a tall building located on what is described in the landscape reports as being a prominent knoll. Its visually prominence will be compounded by the proposal of illuminate all elevations of the building at night. A building here is not anywhere in keeping with nearby building development. The closest non-residential building, Aotea College, is a new, long, flat building that is only occasionally lit up at night by exterior wayfinding lights. It is built on a level platform, while the Police College campus is at large, but it's generally screened from view. The visuals provided clearly show how visually prominent the temple is going to be. I cannot see how the temple will blend into the environment in the same way as the existing Aotea College or Police College. Lighting, as we've already heard today, is an issue. I note the applicant's proposal to turn off the building's exterior lights at 10 p.m. This will, of course, not mitigate the visual impact or prominence of the temple as seen from the properties above the site. Nighttime views. We're all up there sitting there watching the sunset, enjoying the summer. And then there's the temple. Typically, people go to bed around 10 p.m, so the proposed mitigation to turning off the lights at 10 p.m. actually makes no sense. The council planner and landscape architect raised a number of concerns about consistency with the district plan, objectives and policies. These concerns are with the level of light coming from such a large building. The landscape architect noted that the illuminated temple will be more like an illuminated building that is typically found in a central city environment. I therefore do not understand how they reached a conclusion and that the temple should be approved in a residential area. I believe the church need to apply to rezone the land to allow for the construction of the temple. If the size of the building and the level of light is appropriate in a predominantly residential environment, then a site-specific zone change seems to be a better consenting process to determine this. It is noted by the applicant and in the council's reports that the churches are buildings, activities that are routinely encountered in residential environments and are accepted part of many suburbs. I do not agree with this. However, I understand that the information provided by the church have owned the site for many years and obtained consent to build a smaller church on the land. From my understanding, the previously consented temple would have been a residential scale building, and that would have been appropriate. A decision, however, was being made by the church at some point to build a much larger landmark temple on the site, rather than the consented building. The Latter-day Saints had the opportunity to pursue a plan change, or I understand to request a change as part of the PCC's proposed plan change, to rezone the land to allow for construction of the currently proposed landmark monument building, but they did not do so, and they should be required to do so. In closing, the outcome that I would like to see is the same stated in my submission. I have not read anything in the previous reports and the evidence that convinces me that the application should not be declined, and that the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints should be directed to seek a plan change to rezone the land to a zone that is more suited to a large-scale development. I understand that the supermarket just up the road here on Whitford Brown Avenue was consented through a private plan change process. The impact of effects from the use of that site for non-residential purposes, it's a supermarket, such as traffic, noise, light and effects, would have been appropriately dealt with through that process. PCC and the applicant obviously conclude that a plan change was the appropriate process to consent to the supermarket, and I cannot see how the same conclusion could not be reached for this proposal. I note that supermarkets are also typically encountered in residential environments. But it was concluded in the case of the Woolworths Countdown supermarket that a plan change was the appropriate process. I accept that the resource consent application cannot be changed to an application to rezone the land. I do, however, believe a rezoning process is the correct process for this proposal. The church was aware that they were not going to build a residential scale temple some time ago, and therefore applied to rezone the land to allow for construction of the landmark monument temple building when they made the decision not to build the consented church. I understand that an opportunity to rezone the land would have been when the proposed district plan process was referred to the applicant's planner. I cannot see how the onus would be on any other party to seek that the land would be rezoned as part of the proposed district plan change. As far as I am aware, the only church where only the church knew of the proposal to construct the proposed last temple and should therefore have done this themselves. Thank you for listening.
And it would help us immensely if you could email your notes to Linda.
Okay.
That would be great if you can. We've scrawled some notes, but they may not be totally legible.
Yep.
Just a point of clarification, the Woolworths supermarket, is that the one further up Whitford Brown?
Yes, just at the
by
roundabout.
Escale Road, is it? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, where the campground used to be.
Right. Thank you. So I think you've answered the question I had in terms of what would be an appropriate scale of development on this site in your view.
Yeah. So look, I believe, I just think the scale's ridiculous for, a congregation of 208 people where they're not say it's going to be at full capacity to maybe 50 to 100. I believe is just totally unacceptable, unless, of course, there's other plans because there's apartments in the other buildings and they're going to be holding functions and so forth. But I believe, a place of worship, and I get that, but it doesn't need to be that big. What is the purpose?
Okay, thank you. Questions from the panel?
I've just got a couple of questions. how when you're you've some of your children have been through the college and you've got
Yes.
one still there.
Yeah.
How do they travel to and from the college generally? Yeah.
So generally, I will either drop them off, more often than not. Not proud to say it, or they have caught the bus. But I would like to say that since the new school has been built and the buses have been moved round to the back of the building, and that the car park, the student car park, also backs where the buses are, that is an accident waiting to happen now, let alone with more traffic. If you have dropped your children off at the school in the morning, you know that there is massive traffic problems already, which I know it's peak time and so forth, but I'm just highlighting that if there is an increase in traffic, it's going to be a nightmare and it's dangerous for the children.
So, while I've got you here and I can ask these questions, is the drop off and the bus activity, is that now happening on Francis Brown Ave or is it down on Okowai Road?
Francis Brown. Is it Francis Brown? Yes,
Okay,
Francis Brown.
So,
well, a bit of both, to be honest. So mainly all the school buses are around on Francis Brown, but there are public buses that the children cross over the road, and you know what they're like. They're not that great to catch the buses. So I am genuinely concerned that it would be an accident waiting to happen. And I know, 208 people. I mean, let's be serious. You're going to have wonderful events there. If you're going to have a beautiful site like that, why wouldn't you? Traffic is going to be an issue. Christmas time. I've been to the temple in Hamilton at Christmas and they do a beautiful display. And thousands of people go. So it just concerns me.
And so in your experience, is there drop off and pick up occur along Okowai Road?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Cars are lined across the road, up the road, waiting to pick up the kids.
And that's both morning and afternoon, or mainly afternoon, or
so morning, even lunchtime, and often lunchtimes can be busy, and after school pickup.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And sporting activities, obviously, so after 4 o'clock, between 4 and 5:30 in the winter.
Thank you.
You talked a lot about it being a residentially zoned site, and I may not have heard you right, but I'll paraphrase a little bit. But you thought that it should be a residential site. Is that what you're?
It should be non-residential. It's zoned at the moment. I think it says suburban.
So sorry, I probably rephrased that. So are you saying it should be residential development on that site only?
I'm saying that if you're going to have, and I hope I'm saying this right, if you're going to have such a large structure on a residential zone site, it should be rezoned to non-residential, where it goes through the appropriate approval process.
And in your eyes, you were saying that what's permitted on that site is a 3x3. We call it a 3x3.
Yeah.
So, but you do understand that somebody could apply to put 30 houses on that site through a resource consent process.
Yeah, and I'd be sitting here today with the same concerns.
What would your concern be? That it's
similar concerns.
So what would your concern be in that situation?
So traffic.
Yeah.
Visual.
Yeah.
And obviously we'd be looking at scale, so
Yeah. So, sorry to explore this a bit with you,
that's
but
okay.
the other thing is that are you aware that the district plan does allow opportunities for people to apply for an activity that they would like to carry out on their property, even though it may not be a residential activity?
No.
So the district plan does allow it, but it dictates a process that needs to be gone through.
Exactly.
Hence, we're going through this process now. Right. So it's the rules of the district plan are not prohibitive. So I just wondered if you understood that, and hence, you talked about they should do a plan change rather than a resource consent. Both avenues are open to people to pursue what they may or may not want, or what they may want to do on their property. So I got the impression that you weren't aware of that, so I just wanted to.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I understand from your presentation that your main issues were traffic, the visual dominance,
Scale.
the scale of it, and the way it is. I don't like to use this word because you didn't like it, but visually be absorbed into
Yeah.
the surrounding
Yeah,
environment.
I just don't see how that can happen. Also,
Yeah.
it's all in my submission.
Thank you. Just one other thing you mentioned about the Hamilton, that you've been to the Hamilton Temple. And
Many years ago.
you've viewed the Christmas lights. We heard yesterday that's not the intention here. It's not the intention here to
Can
have...
you guarantee that?
Well,
Come
I
on.
don't have such powers.
I know, but I don't. Intention. It's a big word, right? So you can't tell me that. Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
No, thank you. I thank you for coming and I appreciate your submission today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think we have Ila Pepe here to join us. Would you like to sit there? Okay, mic's all under control. Cool. Okay, well, welcome to the hearing. Thank you. And we're here to hear your submission points. So.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm a little bit nervous.
Right.
This is the first time I face you guys. My name is Ella Veronica Velepepe. I'm from Samoa, and now I'm citizen New Zealand. In 2019, I'm moving from Wainuiomata to Porirua, and I go Church of Jesus Christ. I'm not a member before. Now I'm a member of the Jesus Christ like 5 years now. And the time I'm moving here and I heard from the member of the church, they say they have built a temple in Aotea aside. And I think that it's good for me. I'm studying because I'm not going to the temple yet. I'm not allowed going to the temple yet. I'm still studying. And I tried last year, I'm going to Hamilton because I didn't make it because something happened family. Yeah, that's why I talked to the bishop last year and this year. I think my dreams coming true when the temple here in Aotea. Maybe I'm looking forward to that one and I go in. And I have a submission I signed to that one because I saw a lot of people like my family. And my work, I'm cleaning this office too. In my time. Yeah, we have a project. We travel to Hamilton. Sometimes it's not enough project for my family. We travel over there. And other reason I support this temple here because a lot of old people and like old lady and old men, our member of the church, they can't drive the long way to Hamilton. They want to go because they can't go because it's a long way going to Hamilton. And the other good reason for me, it's really good to have a temple here because our youth and YSA, that is adults youth and the young youth, it's really good like it's hard for the parents to take them to the Hamilton because the kids, they do whatever they want. If they don't want to travel that long way, the parents, they can't force them. If have here, maybe it's easy for them, they go straight to the temple and spend more time like, especially holiday, public holiday, and holiday school, they have a lot of program. We protect our youth from not going outside, like hang around the wrong people make trouble and drinking outside, that kind of stuff. The parents, our church, I saw they protect their children from many trouble outside. That's why I concern that one is good for us. Have a temple here. It's easy for travel and easy for help the family low income. That's my concern to the because the temple is far away from us. Especially, it's lot of problem on the road. Some road they close, they stay traffic long way up there. That's why even the primary school, the young kids, the young kids they can't stay in the car like 45 minutes. Yeah, they want to go outside, they want move around. Yeah, that's why there are so many reasons I see it's really good to have a temple here in Porirua. And I think that's my dream come true. And I say the prayer to God. You guys' office is kind of say yes to build our temple over here. That's why the reason I come and explain my feelings and whatever my dream.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any questions from the panel?
No questions, but I thank you for your presentation. I certainly understand your point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. The hearing's now reconvened following the lunch break, 1:45. We have our next submitters here, who I will loosely call Concerned Residents Aotea, unless there's an incorporated society called that. Yeah, there is? Just a cat. Yeah, okay. We needed them now. All right. And you're Mary Ellen and Andre? Okay. Well, more than welcome to come up to those 2 or 3 seats there so that we can see you. And the story with the mics is, in terms of live streaming and things, we really need the mics on. So if you could make sure the green light is lit on at least one of them. And you've been given the controls to the presentation. Okay, thank you. Well, we're in your hands now, so it's over to you.
My name is Mary.
That sounds right. Yep.
There we go. That sounds a little bit better. Here to speak on behalf of 7 residents, and the residents that we're here to speak on behalf of, myself and my husband, Alma Galitis, Marina Kirschbauer, Jeff and Margaret Malcolm, and Rebecca Welcome, and we're all Aotea residents, so we're just representing our group today.
We need the presentation up.
Probably just need the PowerPoint up there.
Is anybody able to do that?
Okay, you
I press
go.
the button, it will automatically happen. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. All right. Fantastic. That helps if it works. So we've put in a submission against because we're against it for a number of reasons. One, because of the size. One, because how it affects natural areas. One is light pollution. The other, visual pollution. The other, noise. The other, traffic infrastructure. And also the fact that it really only caters to a small group of people, most of who don't live in Aotea, and that it has no positive effect on our community. So I'll be covering those topics. All right, so just a couple of key points just about the temple, which I'm sure you already know, but it's obviously going to be very high, 35 metres with 2 spires. It's going to have 2 buildings with a joint combined area of 2,600 square metres, which is about 10 times the size of a large Aotea home. 73 parking spaces. The elevation, it starts 25 metres above sea level. And the temple features a 6,500 litre baptism font. It will be located next to the Gear Homestead. There will be a 12-metre high flagpole, and the opening times are pretty much most days, except for Saturday, when it will be half a day. And it's going to take 3 years to construct. So those are some of the pertinent facts. So if you just want to go to the next slide.
We talked about this.
Yep, we've covered that. All right, so that's just a visual of the temple on the left-hand side. This is all to scale. The house in the middle is a large Aotea home, which is of the maximum height, which is 8 metres. And then on the right, you can see the size of an average Aotea home, so you can see how incredibly large and imposing it is. So our first concern is the significant height and scale. So the temple is planned to reach a height of 35.175 metres, far exceeding the 12-metre height limit set for the mixed density residential zone, and it exceeds that by 192%. If we compare that to the Wellington Cathedral of St Paul, which is located in Wellington, that has a height of 26 metres at its tallest point, and that is in the middle of very tall, large buildings, whereas this is probably going to be one of the tallest buildings in Porirua. The overall height of the proposed building is a significant increase and cannot be offset by vegetation. It involves a breach of 24 metres and cannot be regarded as negligible, particularly to all residents of Porirua, the surrounding residents, and the visual effect this will have on the visual image of Porirua from the ground, hills, air, especially considering the base already starts at 25 metres, so we're getting a high building of about 60 metres if you take it from ground level. All right. We'll go to the next slide. All right, so the other concern is the Aotea resident covenants. Now, obviously, the temple isn't subject to covenants, but it's just a pertinent fact that we'd still like to cover off. So when we purchase land from Caris Limited in Aotea, there are very strict covenants that we had to adhere to. These covenants are in place to ensure Aotea offers protection to the interest of all purchasers, and this puts limits in place which include fences, glare, colours, clotheslines, etc. The construction of a large temple complex does not align with the covenants that all residents must adhere to. Even though these covenants may not directly apply to the proposed design, constructing a temple that will visually dominate the outlook over Porirua Harbour for many Aotea residents will largely offset the benefit that these covenants were meant to provide, including the proposed retaining walls that are over 2 metres high. Therefore, the proposed design does not line up compared to other dwellings in Aotea and goes against the protection that these covenants were originally meant to provide for. So the whole idea is that people moved into that suburb knowing that they had the covenants, and that was a really fantastic way to protect residents from being built out or having really ugly walls put in their visual space. And now this temple is sort of breaking all those rules, really, which is really sad because a lot of people built their dream home in Aotea. So for us, we built our home there. It's sort of our dream home, and we hope to live there for many, many years to come. And when we bought the land, there was nobody that said we're thinking about building a 37-metre temple. So, yeah. The other concern that we have is the proximity that it has to local heritage and natural areas. The Gear Homestead is a heritage-listed homestead with significant natural area. The temple's visual dominance, especially at night, and vegetation clearance will likely impact the homestead's heritage value, biodiversity, and the local natural landscape. And I think you've also got to realise that if you are looking up from Tatahi Bay, for example, and you see that on the right and this big temple on the left, I mean, I think everybody can agree that that just does not go together. It just does not fit in the look of the area either. All right, then our next point of concern is light pollution. So recently we've had LED lights, street lights installed in Aotea, and the lights at night in Aotea create less light pollution because the white light they emit is directed downwards to the road and footpath, so there is less light spill into the night sky. There's been a lot of appreciation from residents and friends around who love going for a walk at night because they can see the stars and the moon and all sorts of... Oh, it's turned off again. All sorts of beautiful things. So then the proposed temple will undo much of this progress, even if the lights are switched up at 10 p.m. If the Porirua City Council allows this restriction to be dropped, then light pollution will be even worse. This does not meet the lighting standard, and it also negatively affects the ecosystem, vegetation, and fauna. All right, so this is our neighbourhood of Aotea. So as you can see, it's a very beautiful view that we have, which we're very lucky to have. It's a very natural, serene view. And as you can see, the houses are all in a very modern sort of style, single, double level. So one of our concerns is that we feel like it doesn't match the local aesthetic. Aotea is filled with modern, aesthetically pleasing builds, and the temple is completely out of character with the neighbourhood. The building was designed in the USA in the 1900s and does not fit in with the contemporary style of the neighbourhood. The applicant states that they have researched Wellington, not Porirua, buildings to adapt the local environment, and that the temple design is an Art Deco style. I challenged the applicant to find one single Art Deco building of any significance in all of Porirua, let alone Aotea. So I would say that it would be much more suited for a large building like that to be on a completely different site, like, for example, maybe along Transmission Gully or somewhere where it doesn't really impact the view of other people. And if you look at that, you can just see that it just does not fit. I think most people would agree that that just does not fit with the style of the neighbourhood. And I remember when we built our house, we had to submit our plans to Caris and to the Aotea suburb and the council, and they had to make sure that it actually fitted in with the neighbourhood. That was a very important thing. So from my view, clearly that does not fit in with the style of the neighbourhood. All right, so the first one's not quite incorrect. I realise that there's recently been an Auckland temple built, but basically the Hamilton temple was built when there wasn't an established neighbourhood there. So I went to visit that a long time ago, and it's basically was in farmland, and then eventually people chose to move into that area. And that was their choice if they wanted to live near the temple. The one in Auckland, we've had a look on Google Earth, and it's sort of on the top of a hill, and it probably only affects the view of about 15 dwellings. It's a bit unfortunate for those 15 dwellings, but for Aotea residents, we have 3,500 residents in Aotea, and a third of them will be affected by the view. So we're looking at, roughly 1,200 people who will be affected by the view. Also, Aotea residents are not provided with a choice if this proposal were to be approved. When we moved into the neighbourhood, we were not told that this could potentially be built. We know that we obviously found out later that they bought the land in the 1990s, but not that they were going to build something so large on there. Let me just have a look. And also under the district plan, it states equally unsympathetic development in close proximity to historic heritage building or site can also adversely affect its values. We also feel that the build could affect the value of our homes. I mean, if you have a house and a lovely build with a view, looking out to a serene view, and the next minute you've got a giant temple sort of very close, I would say that would have an effect on your house value. I'd be less likely to buy that home. All right. Then there's also noise and structural safety. So the proposal includes a 12-metre high flagpole, which could generate noise in windy conditions, and I'm sure you all know how windy it is up in Aotea. We sure do. The proposed flagpole measures 12 metres in height, and it breaches the standard and exceeds the maximum flagpole height by 8 metres. Not only is this a height breach, but may also result in a safety issue. There does not appear to be any record of wind testing or earthquake resilience testing for the 35-metre high building or spire. The most common cause of noise pollution is clanging in the intersection of the flagpole from snap hook and rope weights chiming against the pole during heavy wind conditions. So what step has the applicant taken to mitigate the potential noise pollution that is likely to affect residents and those further afield as sound travels very far? We live up in Aotea and we can hear, concerts that go on in the Aotea Lagoon, so you can definitely hear sound goes very far with the wind. So that's definitely one of our other concerns. Okay, so our next concern, and I think that's one of our main concerns, is that it adds no value to the community. So although described as a community resource, the temple will only serve the LDS community. So I believe in Porirua, that's about 1,200 individuals. And we had a look at the census from 2018, and on there were only 27 members of the LDS Church living in Aotea. So the graph on the left represents the amount of non-LDS membership, so that's the blue, and then the 1% are the amount of people that are part of the LDS community that actually live in Aotea. And then if you look on the right-hand side, that's the amount of people that are part of the LDS community in Porirua. So most people are going to be living having a giant temple in a suburb of which they are not a member. So any benefit is basically limited to 1% of the population. For more than 99% of the people, there is no benefit to having this temple in the Aotea community. The impacted residents in Aotea are likely facing a reduced quality of life if this proposal is accepted. This may include increased traffic, visual impairment due to the height, the intangible impact to the value that living in Aotea represents, and the concern the residents may have due to the potential impact of the temple on their property values. Furthermore, when you have a look at the census from 5 years ago, I think in New Zealand it said there were 117,000 members of the church, and the 2023 census says there's just 54,348. So our concern is religion in general is sort of less people are becoming religious, and is there really going to be a use for that temple in the future? It's going to be such a large building. The applicant claims to be confident there will be economic benefits to the community, which I understand is what the council is potentially thinking about as a positive once the temple has been built, but has not offered any economic impact assessment to support this position. The panel should balance anecdotal evidence from the applicant with other materials, such as the study from Dallin Overstreet in the US, which found that the presence of a temple has no effect on county-level economic outcomes.
None.
The proposed temple structure is listed as a community facility. However, the reality is that once the temple is dedicated, it would not be open to the community. It would be a private venue for the conducting of rituals connected to the religion of the LDS faith. So, for example, if you're like, there's other local churches in the Aotea area, if you wanted to go and rent that room to have some sort of a children's group, if you wanted to rent it for a wedding or a funeral, or even if people wanted to come in that weren't religious or just decided they wanted to join the local Catholic or Anglican church, they'd be more than welcome to. Whereas from what I understand it, this is quite closed, so it's not really open to the community either. So what we're saying is that it's a very large facility which is very imposing, which has no positive impact for the Aotea community. Another thing that I'd just like to say is that we're not opposing it on religious grounds. If Bunnings had decided to build this large temple, then would feel exactly the same way. So it makes no difference to me what the religion is or what the reasons are for that. I think it's great if people can get together, and share their beliefs and have a combined space. But I just feel that this is too large and not in the right place, really. All right, another fact is the fact that there will be increased traffic. I think anybody that lives in Aotea can see how busy that intersection is. It doesn't take a traffic study to work that out. And the temple is expected to increase traffic in an already congested area with potential safety risks for nearby pedestrians, particularly around the high school, community park and marae. Most of the increase in traffic will be from non-residents, so it's really going to impact the local residents. There will be a strain on the infrastructure, so there will be roads will have more wear and tear, there will be water used, there will be sewage facilities used, potentially increasing maintenance costs for rate-paying residents, given that the church is mostly exempt from local rates. So that's a burden that we're going to have to bear. The water use, the temple features a 6,500 litre baptism font, which needs to be replenished 6 weekly. This means that while people in Aotea may not be allowed to water their gardens during periods of drought, the temple occupants would still be able to use Porirua drinking water to refill their baptism font. Lastly, in the light of global warming, it's quite concerning that it's such a large build for not a huge amount of people. It will leave a very large carbon footprint. I mean, if you just think it's going to be put together over a period of 3 years, and the traffic and all the carbon footprint that will be affected by that. And then you've got to think about all the people that are travelling there from different parts in the country.
Yep.
All right. So just to get a little bit of an idea of how local residents have been impacted, one of the members of our group, Alma, he actually went around and spoke to a whole pile of residents that are actually affected visually and impacted by the temple. So Andre's going to speak on that.
Thanks, Marielle.
And you've got a copy of that in front of you.
Yeah, everybody should have been given a handout. So hopefully that is helpful. What we decided to do is let's just go and essentially interview Aotea residents. Let's have a look at what they actually think, rather than rely on the responses that came in for this proposal. What we found is I think is actually quite interesting. But before I share those results, really what we could not use is the Residents Association of Aotea, because there's no central email list. And what we also could not use is the Aotea Facebook group together, and because that is compromised with lots of non-Aotea residents. So a survey there wouldn't really work. So therefore we decided to go door to door, and that is door to door in the area around it. So directly the area that is most directly affected. That's an area that you can see on the map that is on your handout. And unfortunately, we only had a couple of days. I think we could have covered a lot more if we had more time. But in the couple of days that we were able to do this, we were still able to get 131 responses. And the findings were pretty interesting. 88% of the respondents were expressing unhappiness about the height of the temple, unhappiness about the illumination of the temple. 20 people found out about this temple when we actually came and rang their doors. They didn't even know the temple was coming, which is a bit of a concern. And of the 78% who did not make a submission, 80% didn't even know there was a consultation for the temple or found out too late to make any submission, which again I think is a bit concerning.
And I just wanted to add to that we did a very short snap sample. So we just took Alma went and handed a survey out with a survey monkey to a whole lot of residents, and they were just the streets that will be looking at the temple, so they'll be visually impacted by the temple.
Yeah.
He didn't say that we're against it. He just said we're just doing a survey and we'd like to get your opinion. And then we handed out the leaflet and they could go onto SurveyMonkey and do the survey.
Yeah, we wanted the results to be as neutral as possible, so not come up with an opinion. Just asking for an opinion from our residents, like, hey, what do you feel? What do you think about this proposal? And yeah, some of them were shocked to even find out that this was happening. Didn't even know that this was happening at all. So our first question, if we go to the next one, is really, are you a resident of Aotea Porirua? We wanted to make sure we only touch the Aotea on the Aotea residents here for this survey to make sure that the results are as reliable as possible. Then we asked, are you aware that this is being built? And as you could see, there were 10 of them that didn't know at all about it. And how did you first find out about the proposed temple? And you can see that both Facebook and word of mouth were the greatest, the largest contributing factor here. Porirua City Council and the Have Your Say email only added up to 13% of people finding out about this, which I think is a bit concerning, considering the Porirua City Council is supposed to obviously involve the residents of Aotea, those who are most affected, and they haven't really been approached enough, according to the people in Aotea. Only 13% were approached or found out via Have Your Say, and the rest found out via other ways.
And how many didn't find out? No.
Yeah, so there were many that didn't find out at all, and so this essentially, this survey was one of them. And did you make a submission? So we asked those who did find out, did you make a submission? Most of them said no. And why did they not make a submission? So most of the people weren't aware. Again, they were, or they were too late. So those who actually did the submission was a small group, and we're one of them because we are members of Have Your Say. But most Aotea residents are not. And by the time they found out, more than 80% found out too late, and that is a bit a bit of a disappointment, I think, if for lack of a better word. That and you could also sense, I think, in the survey the sense of disappointment that they weren't involved earlier. There was a real sense of frustration among the residents that were interviewed. We asked them what they thought about the proposed temple and the height of it, the fact that it is built on such a high platform. Unhappy was a small group. Extremely unhappy was by far the largest group. The group that was unhappy and extremely unhappy is 89% in total, which really says something. Then we asked them what they thought about the temple being lit up until 10 p.m. and how they felt about it. 80% found that they were essentially unhappy to extremely unhappy, which was the largest group. And then an interesting thing is when you look at if they were allowed to go beyond 10 p.m., how would people feel about that? That added 8% to it. They were just unhappy about the illumination in general. 80% was unhappy about the illumination in general. Limiting it till 10 p.m. only reduced it from 88% to 80%. So essentially the illumination is just also a big no-no for the residents. They also were given the opportunity to leave comments on the survey, and I just like to highlight a couple of them, because this is really the voice of people that felt that they had no say in this whatsoever. So I thought I'll just read out like 5 or 6 of them. The first one said, "Thank you for the leaflet drop, as I didn't know anything about this proposal. It's so unfair that we are able to build such a large monstrosity in our community when covenants of Aotea are so strict. This is also a residential area." And another one said, "This will be the single ugliest building in Porirua. I hate everything about it." Then there was another one who said, "It is big and it is ugly and it will be right in the view from our house. I never received anything in the post or otherwise about it. I should have, as I will be looking at it from my living rooms and my bedrooms. The height of it will block my view that I thought would never be blocked according to Aotea covenants. The light pollution will bother me. The extra traffic will be a nightmare. And if it's true that churches don't pay rates, Porirua residents will have to pay even more than we already do to cover the costs for the extra or the new traffic control measures that will have to be put in place." A third respondent said, "I'm supportive of people's beliefs, however I am not supportive of their beliefs impacting my family and I. This proposed development is an eyesore, and the fact they can light it up until 10 p.m. and potentially later is a disgrace. The potential additional traffic volumes is a concern. It is a congested area already, and I'm totally against this development and staggered that the council is even reviewing this resource consent request." And I've got 2 more. One I thought was very good, also words it really well. "We have chosen to move to Aotea because of its stunning natural landscapes and the close-knit, welcoming community that makes this place so special. The beauty of Aotea lies not only in its scenic views, but also in the shared values of respect, inclusivity, and harmony that define our community's character. However, we feel that the introduction of a Mormon temple here would have an impact beyond what is immediately apparent. And while we respect all beliefs, we're concerned that a structure of this nature and size may impose a significant influence on our local environment, socially, culturally, and in ways that may not align with the values and traditions cherished by our community. Our hope is that any future developments in Aotea will prioritize preserving the distinctive spirit and values that make this area such a unique and valued place for us all." And finally, "As a resident living less than 700 meters from the proposed temple, I am disappointed that I was not notified of the proposal. In my opinion, the temple has no place in this location. It does not serve the residents of the surrounding areas. The structure is not in keeping with the area, particularly the historic Gear homestead. I'm concerned that the lighting will disrupt sleep for those in the area, and I'm concerned about the impact of additional traffic. I'm concerned about the excessive use of water in the pool, which I understand will be changed regularly. The city region has significant water problems. The height of the temple is excessive. My house had height restrictions, and all this should also apply to the temple." As you can see, there is a level of frustration that just comes through the answering of the questions of Aotea residents. And this is just 131 of them, of the affecting area. I think if we would do, and I'm convinced that if you would do an even larger survey, you would see similar results and similar responses from Aotea residents. So I think this speaks very loudly and very clearly about the sense that Aotea residents have about this, and about how they feel almost bypassed, if I may say so, in having their say in this. So I'll give it back to Mariella.
All right, we'll just go to the next slide. So obviously, I'll just grab my notes. Yep. So obviously, there's a temple building spree around the world. They're building a lot of temples, and this is not the only place where there's been quite a lot of frustration to build such a large structure in the middle of a neighbourhood. There've been struggles in Las Vegas. struggles from Idaho to Guam, issues between councils and the church in other countries. So, you know, I mean, I think if you want to build a facility for your spiritual community, I have absolutely nothing against that. But I don't believe that it should be in a residential neighbourhood, and I don't believe that it should be blocking people's view. I just think that's incredibly sad. So, yeah, if you just go to the next slide. All right, so what do we recommend? We recommend that it should be built elsewhere. When you fly over New Zealand, you can just see how much land is available in the country. And I understand that, you know, people of the Mormon faith would like to have a facility in the middle of, at the bottom of the North Island or the top of the South Island, but there's so many other locations. For us at Aotea, 99% of the community, there's no value to them at all. It's just very negative things that will happen, such as the zoning. Obviously, it doesn't comply with many zoning requirements, and that's for a reason. Those rules are there for a reason, and they're there to protect residents. I remember my a colleague in the same neighbourhood, and she wanted to build another level on her house, and it wasn't approved because it wasn't within the requirements of the district plan and the Resource Management Act. And now we're asking to build something that's 37 metres high. The visual impairment to Aotea residents, you've seen that beautiful view, and I do think it's incredibly sad that it has such a large visual impairment. It's not in line with the character or aesthetic of the neighbourhood at all. An overwhelming majority of residents showed strong opposition to this proposal. And we're also really saddened by the lack of engagement with the affected residents. So I think statistically throughout New Zealand, statistics say that about 5 people will put a submission against something, and that's often because they didn't know about it, because they just think it might be a bit too complex. And I think that's really happened in this situation also, where a lot of residents were just not even aware that this was happening. Then those that were aware that it was happening weren't necessarily had the time or the skills to be able to put a submission together. So I just feel like, you know, everybody that's part of the LDS community, obviously they've been told to put in a submission, but I feel there's been a lack of an engagement with the Aotea community, because we spent 6 days putting out a survey. I think 3 days we did a bit of walking around the neighbourhood, and we already got 133 responses. So that just shows what a lack of engagement there was with the community. Yes, if you go to the next slide. Yeah, so if you're living there, it's going to massively impact your view. It probably is. We couldn't project it quite perfectly on there, but I think you get the idea. It's an aesthetics violation. It doesn't fit in with the style of the neighbourhood. It is in violation of the district plan, and those rules are there for a reason. We in Aotea all abide by it, and we would expect others to be kept in that same chance. It serves only 1% of Aotea residents and 2% of Porirua residents. Then there's the safety and noise issues, the traffic issues.
And the last bit is covered by Porirua City Council.
Yeah, the lack of engagement. So yeah, we would really implore you to reject this proposal. There are it's not as if it's either build it here or not build it at all. There are a lot of other places in New Zealand, even along Transmission Gully. All you do is drive and see land. There's so much land where there's space for this to be built. And I do not think I think that the Aotea residents would lose confidence in the council if this was built, because the council is there to protect residents. We're the ratepayers, and you're there to protect us and follow the rules of the Resource Management Act. And we would implore you not to build it, because the reality is, even if it was made slightly smaller or it was slightly less lit up, it's still going to be there, and it's still going to cause a nuisance in our neighbourhood.
Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you. Just a couple. So you kind of touched on it right towards the end there, Mary Ellen. The chief concern, so you put questions in the survey relating to the height and to the illumination of the building.
And the size, yeah.
Yeah. You didn't answer a question about what about it would be the main concerns from these residents that were surveyed?
I
You
mean,
know?
it was just a very short survey put together at the last minute, so I'm sure it could have been longer, or we could have put other things in it. But I think I feel like that's also sort of a role of the city council. I mean, if you would easily be able to go out there, put a survey in people's letterboxes, and you know, you might be able to get better feedback and more intense feedback and more detailed feedback. If you read through the comments, you'll find feedback about traffic, about size, about aesthetic.
78 comments, so there's 78 respondents put a comment in. So that gives you some sort of sense, I think, of whether they are even looking at some sort of compromise, which I hear you're kind of like looking for.
Well, I was going to ask you, you just referred right at the very end around, even if it was of a different scale and height or words that effect, it would still be a nuisance. Can you just talk to that?
Yeah, well,
point?
what I mean is if you made it a couple of metres smaller and just had the lights on till 10 p.m, I would say that it's still going to be a large, imposing building that doesn't fit in the aesthetic of the neighbourhood.
Is it the towers, do you think, if it was without the towers?
I mean, I think it's also the style. I don't know, the towers, I mean, that would make it a lot less worse, for sure, if you took the towers off. I don't know what the height would be then, but that would already...
15 or 16 metres.
16
Yeah, that would already be an improvement. But I also think it doesn't really fit the style of the neighbourhood. I think when you design something, you want to make sure it fits into the style of the neighbourhood. But yeah, having it less high is obviously better than nothing. But
It would still not add any value to the neighborhood. It would still, that land would still be lost as potential.
I'm sure there's so many other purposes that land could be used for, which would be of benefit to the community.
Yeah.
And I think too, I mean, obviously the LDS community would like to build this temple. I don't know whether they want to completely change it and take all the spires off. And do you know what I mean? If they were so keen to build this temple, why not build it somewhere like, for example, along Transmission Gully, where it's not really impeding anybody's view and they can have what it is that they want.
Because even without the spires, you would still have the baptism font that needs to be replenished. You would still have the traffic problems. It would still be for exclusive use of the residents there. You would still have the high retaining walls around it. It would still be a very imposing building that would still be visible from very far. So it still doesn't fit the area that it is proposed for. That area has already been built. People that came there to live made that decision based on the covenants that they had, that they were facing, and the resource consents that were at that moment, that were available, and there was no talk about any temple at that point whatsoever. So that's all of a sudden now changing in retrospect, and for those residents, it's kind of unacceptable that all of a sudden this now happens.
And I think too, if you look at Arise Church, which you can see from the motorway in Petone, I think it fits 2,000 to 3,000 people in there. It's a 2-storey building. It's put in a bit of an industrial area. It's quite a modern aesthetic, which sort of fits in line with the neighbourhood. This is obviously a building that's completely the opposite. You know, it doesn't. A church that houses a community doesn't need to be this large. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the one, the Arise Community Church from the road. It's quite an attractive looking building. It's only about 2 stories high. Still houses 2,000 to 3,000 people, and it doesn't block anybody's view. They've obviously really thought about the area and how it would fit into there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, panel?
Yes. So, in terms of how you found out about the proposal, that was through the Have Your Say.
Yeah, we signed up because we'd done previous, involved in a previous submission.
We're trying to be reasonably active and proactive about it, but yeah, the average citizen probably isn't.
And I think
that was the only way that you found there was you.
That was the first time I think we found out
that was
about
the
it,
only way. That I found out about it.
I don't remember having seen any other articles.
Yeah. And I think most people, there's a huge, I don't know what the percentage was in the survey, but there's a huge amount of people that just didn't find out about it at all.
Yeah, more than 80%.
So, I mean, even just if you have a look over 6 days, we were just able to do some flyer drops, and that engaged 133 people. And then you find out how many of those people didn't know anything about it, or they found out about it too late.
That's overwhelming.
I just feel like there's a lack there of community engagement. And I think it's actually not that hard to engage the community. Like, we just had a short survey, just click a link, QR code.
Yeah. We could pull it off in 6 days. I'm sure Porirua City Council could pull that off in a much more comprehensive and professional way.
And you guys are obviously, that's an area that you're capable and talented in. So I'm sure you could probably come up with a better survey than we could in that short time of frame that we had.
And how did you inform people about the temple proposal? Did you provide a link to the council website, or did you include a description, or
Are you talking about in the survey, or?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a copy of the survey here. I think we just had a picture of the temple. So we had that picture of how large the temple is compared to the housing.
Yeah, we used the pictures that were provided in the package that were made available.
Just that picture of the temple and the size. Then we just had a link to if you'd like to do a survey, and then we just had a QR code to a Survey Monkey, and then they could just log on.
Yeah.
Alma, I think he talked to about 50 residents too.
Yeah, it was an A5 size piece of paper with a QR code on it.
Just pop it in people's letterboxes. I think he talked to about 50 residents, but he wasn't trying to change their point of view. He just wanted to know what they thought about it. It's obviously just a small independent survey, but I'm sure that that's something official. That's probably your area. So,
Do you have an idea of you went to houses, you put leaflets in? Do you have a sense of the proportion of the houses that you put? We've got the 132 responses, but do you?
I think we could have a look, if you had a look in Alma's email he sent through, how many houses he actually saw. Do you want to have a look? He spent.
I would have to look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He spent a number of days actually talking to people. Yeah.
So every time, if he couldn't see them face to face, then he would just pop it in their letterbox.
Yeah. And those 132 responses, could there be multiple ones from the same house, like a husband and a wife separately, or?
Yeah, I mean, we could check whether you can check their IP address to see whether you have lots of responses from the same house, and we didn't have that.
Yeah.
Because it was such a small period of time, there wouldn't have been time for them to go and pass it to other random people in the neighbourhood.
Yeah, we were a little worried about that going outside, of course, and being flooded with.
But it was just a short 3-day stint, and then a day later we were here really. So
and my final question is that the 76 comments, they're all from individual people as opposed to multiple comments.
Yeah, we checked that again.
Yeah.
Unique IP addresses. Yeah, and so that was
because we wanted it to be as genuine as possible. Just to get a bit of a gauge of how many people knew about it, how did they feel about it. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, they don't know the idea of size. Like for a lot of people, they don't know what 37 metre is.
Yeah.
So having that picture, okay, this is the temple, this is the house, that's how big it will be. How do you feel about it?
I would have to check with Elma, by the way, about the exact amount. But I think it's about half, actually, that he said from memory. Yeah.
Yeah, he spent hours and hours.
He did 2 days of walking, and he's retired, so he had the time.
And he didn't say anything about this is our view. He just said, this is happening. How do you feel about it? Can you give us some feedback? And it shows. I mean, there's I think 5% that were for it, or there's a small percentage that were for it. So
he may have hit some of those 27 LDS members there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for such a thorough presentation and the analysis behind it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Any other questions or no?
Yeah, just a couple, if you don't mind. Just wondering, when did you build your home? What year would you have built?
Oh, was it 2010?
2010, yeah.
2010.
Yeah, we moved into the neighbourhood 3 years before that, and we rented in Aotea, so we've been living there for quite a while.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned the covenants, and I'm assuming that the covenants aren't the same for all of those areas. That would have been subdivided and developed at different stages?
They were developed at different stages, but they're all quite similar, really. You're not allowed to build it. Like, for example, when we were building a block wall that we were going to plaster, there were already comments like, are we going to plaster this wall? How high is it?
Yeah.
It could be that in the new subdivision, I think you might have had to have a hedge in front of your fence. There are a few modifications, but I guess it's more the idea that there were rules, that you're moving into a suburb where there would be limitations to what was built around you and that it would be aesthetically pleasing.
Even a drive, we had to build a drive, and we were going to do that, I think, 2 months after moving in to try to save some money, but there were already we were already pinged up. You must have a drive, so we had to bring that forward. So it's pretty strict.
Yeah.
They actually do come and check. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I understand a lot of developments have a lot
Yeah.
of covenants. Yeah. So just one other thing, I just wanted to ask, you talked about water restrictions. So do you have water restrictions during summer for
Yes.
watering?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
Okay, how long do they usually last for?
Oh,
It depends, doesn't it? It goes into different grades, doesn't it?
I'm the lawn guy, so I kind of know a little bit. They usually start kicking in, I noticed, end of January,
Yeah.
and then they usually last until the end of March. And between those two time frames, it's usually doing it by hand.
So it's
I always dread that time frame because I hate
2 or
having to do
3
by hand.
months, you'd say? 2 to 3 months?
Yeah, probably it's 2 in a normal summer, 3 in a dryish summer. Yeah,
I think
so
it depends
average
on,
maybe
yeah.
2.5 months. 10 to 12 weeks.
I think it depends on the water reserves too, of the council and how much you can water and all those sort of
Yeah,
things.
and especially with all the leakages, pipe leakages and bursts, they're probably a little bit more worried about it. Yeah.
Just one other question. These are the applicants' visuals that you've used? You have
No, this one we just
This one.
grabbed the temple and imposed it.
Yeah, so that temple does come from the applicants.
But the other one is from the applicants. The other one's from the applicants' picture. I think earlier on where he had it in Aotea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this picture comes from Google Earth, from Street View.
yes. Okay, and you've just put the temple in there.
I imposed
Yeah.
it on there, yeah.
So is that some sort of profession of yours that you do, or you don't? It's not a.
I mean, we're not experts in architecture and how to place temples and things like that.
more
It's more about the aesthetic, really, isn't
I'm
it?
a
That's
project manager for Inland Revenue, and I do a lot of PowerPoints, so
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you had a particular expertise of creating visualizations. That's just what I was trying to understand.
Not particularly. It's just more the idea of look at the houses in the neighbourhood, and we tried to have a look with the trees, roughly how high it is. I mean, it might be out a little bit. The other one I think is maybe a bit too small, and this one might be slightly too big. But I think you get the general idea of the aesthetic. Yeah.
It's just clarification.
That's the message I think that slide is.
Yeah.
It's the aesthetic, yeah.
Thank you. That was all I had. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, and could you please send Linda, when she's back, copy of your notes? Because I noticed you were reading to some notes, and that would be very useful.
Okay.
Get a copy of
Absolutely,
those.
yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just as we said before, we're not at all against the Mormon Church. I think it's great that they have a community of people together. It's just I don't believe that this is the right place for it.
Yeah, freedom of religion is a great good, and I absolutely
Yeah, so it's
believe
got
in that.
nothing to do with that.
But this has got nothing to do with it, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, our next submitter is Martin Napier. Welcome. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is the green light on your mic working?
It says it's on.
Oh, good.
It's
Okay.
showing it's
Yep.
green, so. Just for clarification, we're currently in level 1 water restrictions at the moment, have been since daylight saving.
All
again.
right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Napier. I live in the fjord, and unlike most, if not all, of the submitters who are in favour of the application, I actually live in the suburb of Aotea with children attending Aotea College, and I will be directly affected by this application. I'm speaking on behalf of my family, but I'm also mindful of my neighbours who cannot attend, but have also made submissions against this proposal. As you've heard, the suburb of Aotea was developed by one company, Caris. The early stages had an outlook to the east towards the Belmont Hills, although some provided a view to the west. But from stage 8 onwards, the aspect for those sections is to the west towards Te Aotea Porirua. And indeed, a premium was placed on the sections higher up the hill, costing tens of thousands of dollars more to purchase lots on a higher elevation. Now, each stage was released, had significant covenants placed upon every lot, as you've heard. The covenants actually got a little bit stricter as they went through. We're in stage 8. Stage 9 had almost identical. Stage 10, just some minor changes, but no real changes overall. But these covenants provided clear guidance as to what could or could not be built in the suburb. Landscaping plans had to be submitted to the developer for approval, and my neighbour had to do significant planting to hide his boat from the street so it couldn't be visible. So the visual amenity of the suburb is very much to the forefront of my submission. So the covenants in place, as well as a district plan, you could design your house knowing what may or may not be built around you, what your neighbours could or could not do, and how you could maximise the view of our lovely harbour. These covenants created a visual amenity that was unique to Aotea. Is one of the reasons we moved out here, we moved away from Wellington, is because of the aspect that it provided, the visual amenity of the suburb. It really was an inspiration where we just came out with the kids to the lagoon and we just went for a drive around and saw a lot, and we bought it within 2 weeks because it was that special. So while every house does not look the same, there is a clear cohesion to the suburb, and the suburb was developed to make the most of the vista towards the harbour. And we can clearly see some natural features that are identified in the district plan, namely Takapu Wahia and Pikarere. Now, Takapu Wahia is a special amenity landscape, SAL 002, and Pikarere is an outstanding national feature and landscape, ONFL 006, identified in the district plan. It is because of the impact this temple will have on our visual amenity that I must request that you refuse consent. I have no animus towards the LDS whatsoever. I've heard some submitters today and they were genuine and they carried themselves with much grace, certainly much more grace than you had to deal with an earlier submitter that I saw on the live stream. But I must try and rebut some of the arguments that have been proffered in favour of the development. First, the need for the temple. Despite what the submitters have stated, it must be stressed that the LDS represents a very small number of New Zealanders. In the 2023 census, only about 50,000 Kiwis said they belong to the LDS, which is about 1% of the population, as you saw in the earlier submission. And I say that the people who submitted in favour of the proposal would say the same if this was in the hut. They would be, people from the hut would be saying, we have a connection to it. So I think there is no special thing about this being in Porirua. This is a project that is for the lower North Island. It just happens to be in Porirua. Submitters, no matter where you would be in favour of it if they came from the LDS. So the temple is supposed to cater for the lower North Island and South Island. I do note the new one in Manukau is only a few kilometres from our biggest airport, and how many people actually travel there. But there may be that your stake is that you must go to this temple. I don't know. It's interesting, though, that we've made do for 60 years with one temple in New Zealand, and suddenly we're building one in Manukau, which has just been about to be opened, and we're now building another one. And this is, as been alluded to, the temple building project from the LDS in Utah, that there will be more temples built throughout the world. So for the approximately 15,000, maybe, LDS members of the lower North Island, that may use, they've provided no evidence as to why it needs to be built on this site. There has been an edict, we will build more temples. LDSs, we've got some land here, let's chuck a temple on it. There is plenty of land in the Wellington and lower North Island region where the temple would be much more appropriate to be built, and it would be an outstanding feature should it be there, as in Hamilton. Which I actually did make a detour to drive past one time, just to see it, because it is impressive, but it doesn't fit in Aotea. Second has been mentioned, the financial benefit of the temple. This is all supposition and guesswork. There is no modelling to show what any benefits may be. A group doesn't drink tea or coffee, doesn't drink alcohol, not going to contribute a lot to our hospitality industry. And I'd submit that the newly opened Kaitahi development has done more than the temple could ever do, and it certainly makes it hard to get a car park near Preston's on a Saturday. Developing the land in accordance with the district plan, should that happen, could provide up to 100 new residents who every day will contribute to the local economy. And that is by developing it and putting townhouses in, as is going behind Aotea College and have gone in just next to Aotea Lodge Motel. Much has been made of the construction jobs that this project will provide. Again, developing the land in accordance with the district plan could provide even more jobs. Over 40 townhouses could likely be built on that site. And not to mention the development that's going on in Northern Plympton will also provide jobs for years to come. This is not something that is a godsend that's going to provide income, there is plenty of opportunity for people to in the construction industry coming up. Thirdly, I saw a submission that was submitted that refusing the application is a breach of the right to follow a religion. For a group representing 1% of the population, it's a very long bow to draw. As I said, I have no animus to the LDS, but I submit that the LDS does have a reputation of exclusion and intolerance, especially to the LGBTQ plus community, which is much larger than 1% of the population. And it could be that the imposition of a massive symbol of what they perceive to be an intolerant religion may be breaching their rights under Section 19 of the BRRA. But I only use this as a reductio ad absurdum to show that that's a fallacy. This has nothing to do with freedom of religion. Now to the temple itself and the impact it will have on the visual amenity of the suburb. I note that in the evidence provided yesterday, the lack of Porirua came through, familiarity with the city. The link between St Gerard's and inner city Wellington and development in suburban Porirua was tenuous at best, and it shows that despite qualifications up the wazoo, you can't beat local knowledge. I've seen a submission that the temple follows a natural progression of development around the harbour. Now, everybody who lives in Porirua knows that the city is to the west of the railway lines, to the east is suburbia. That is the suburbs. The RNZPC, the Royal New Zealand Police College, is a large feature, but it was built well before any houses. I saw a photo the other day. There's nothing around it. But it also sits back into the hill. It does not intrude on the views of any resident living behind it. It does not obstruct any view of the harbour. The Barry Mason building, which is the tallest building on the campus, only has 6 floors, which is much smaller than this 12th floor proposal. Now, temples and cathedrals were built to inspire awe and remind the masses of their insignificance. Thankfully, we have mostly progressed beyond that, but not in this case. The purpose of this temple is to dominate the site and the suburb. This was made clear yesterday when asked about the plantings, and they were not to obscure the temple at all. Much is made of the inspiration the temple will provide. But given more than 50% of the population follow no religion, it is quite arrogant to assume that everyone will be happy with this imposition on a visual amenity. For every person who loves it, there will be many more who will not. Many of us draw our inspiration from the natural environment and do not need a giant building to make us feel happy and secure. I've supplied pictures, and I have them here, of the view from various times of the day to show our current outlook from the fjord. This is towards the recognised areas of Takapuwahia and Pikarere. This temple will sit directly in the view of these natural features, unlike the much, much smaller statue of Mary in Paraparaumu that was mentioned by an earlier submitter, which sits towards and below the hills. A third picture in here, taken at 9 p.m. at sunset, shows the sunset over Pikarere. The camera has been adjusted for the low light. Is Linda not here? And I must commend Linda's communication has been, she's been awesome. There you go. Now, as you can see, I've highlighted the areas that are mentioned in our district plan and these natural amenities. The third picture taken at 9 p.m. shows the sunset over Pikarere. The camera automatically is adjusted for low light, and the light source in the bottom right corner is a street lamp. So you can imagine how a brightly lit edifice would overwhelm the natural features behind it. The last picture was taken a while ago, but shows how the darkness of the background enhances the sunset, enhances the natural features. A 10 p.m. curfew is useless when the sun has set an hour before that or several hours before in winter. You will not be able to view those sunsets the same. And for those of us, that is actually, there's a lot of us who draw more inspiration from those sunsets than we will from a building. Submissions have been made about the gardens and their value to the community and the visitors they will bring. But sitting between the gardens of the historic Gear Homestead and Aotea Lagoon, is this really relevant? Especially when the evidence supplied yesterday stated the traffic plan considered that the number of external visitors to the site, to the gardens, would be negligible. They do not anticipate people coming to wander around the gardens. Not when you've got Gear Homestead next to it, not when you've got Aotea Lagoon. And now that Gear Homestead is reopened for functions, those gardens will be well used for weddings and other significant events. So there is going to be already weddings, and yes, it would be nice to have some more. But it was disappointing but not surprising to see how the council has responded to this application. The ratepayers would have hoped that when an application came in that was so far beyond what was permitted beyond the district plan, the council would say, hang on a minute. Instead, they just said, sure, why not? The mayor and other councillors have publicly said, oh, this will be wonderful, all without asking what those of us who will be affected by it would think. And sadly, this is often the case with local government. They are more concerned with building monuments than being careful stewards of ratepayers' money. The land could be developed in accordance with the district plan and all the rules currently in place and provide $300,000 a year in rates income to the council. The LDS certainly won't be paying that much if they pay anything at all. And as I'm now about to send another $2,200 this quarter to the council in rates 3 weeks before Christmas, that's probably more than the LDS will pay in rates in total. Yes, we've heard impassioned pleas for a temple from LDS members, even from as far afield as Utah. But unlike Utah, the LDS is not the major religion here, far from it. 50,000 people nationally, 1%. There was talk of growth. The temple will be built in an already well-developed area. What additional growth will this actually provide? There may be a need for a temple for a few thousand people, I'll grant that, but there's no reason why it should be built here. There is better land within the lower North Island where this could be built. So no evidence has been offered really as to why it has to be this site. And I'll say, can a building that excludes 99% of the community be considered a community building, especially a building of this scale? An example was given of a marae in the tikanga to enter it. This is a species argument. Unless you convert to Mormonism, you'll never be allowed access to this building. The applicant seeks to build an edifice that only serves their church. It does not serve 99% of the residents of Aotea. The residents who will have to live with this imposing structure in the eye line every time they look out their windows, every time I open my bedroom window. At least when the Mormons come knocking at your door, they only do it once or twice a year. This will be every day. I'll say that RESZ P8 is relevant here. This is not a building that was anticipated in the planned urban built environment for the medium density residential zone where it would sit. The temple in Hamilton was built a long way from anywhere. The new temple in Manukau was built right at the edge of the business district, just on the other side of a motorway, of a major motorway interchange. There are no buildings of this scale in any new suburban environment. A building that excludes over 99% of the community is not a community building. How can a 12-storey building that would be one of the tallest, if not the tallest building in the city, be compatible with the surrounding suburban environment? It just does not fit. So the temple may be needed. Only one tenuous reason has been offered as to why it has to be built at 2 Okowai Road, Aotea, and that there happens to be a chapel across the harbour, conveniently. That's just coincidence. But a temple could be built within sight of any other LDS chapel or stake. It is completely incongruous with the surrounding landscape. It will dominate the suburb and destroy the visual amenity. It will completely disrupt the connection we have to Te Aotea Porirua, Takapuahia, Pikariri, Mana Island, Colonial Knob. And there is a conceit from the LDS that all people will welcome this building with open arms, deeming it to be spiritually uplifting. To those who follow no religion, who have no need for a deity, this is the height of arrogance. In closing, the only real reason the applicant has provided for requiring the district plan to be so egregiously breached is because. The LDS has no connection to the suburb. They've known for decades what they could or could not build on this site. There was never a plan to build a temple on this site. And yet, knowing that it breaches the plan in such an egregious manner, they've still gone ahead because. I urge the panel to reject this application. This project is of no benefit to 99% of the Aotea residents. This site could be developed in compliance with the district plan. Contractors would gain more work. The council would gain more ratepayers. Local businesses would gain more customers. And the LDS can find a site somewhere in the entire Wellington region that is more appropriate for development of this scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Napier. And you've probably heard me before. If you've got a copy of those, mate, you could send to Linda.
Not a problem. I'll email them to Linda, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
You did refer to some recent development, and I probably misspelled it, Kaitaki development or something?
Kaitahi. It's a new development that's gone on, it's the abandoned brewery site. It's It's a new facility that is food and a reception function that sort of connects to the harbour edge down, I forget the name of the street. Is it? But it's as you go past Pack and Save. You go past Pack and Save and you turn down.
A drive? Is it?
We're near a drive. Yeah. Anyway, that Kaitahi development, we went there on Saturday, as I said, to try to get to Taylor Preston's, couldn't get a car park, it was so busy.
Right, well, thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Did you build your house there, or did you? I missed that in the beginning.
Yes, we did.
You did,
As I said, we fell in love with the section and we bought it within 2 weeks.
Sure. And what year was that?
We bought the section in 2012.
2012.
We moved in 2013.
And just a clarification on the photos, because you talk quite fast.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through in my 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So you mentioned about the third picture, and you said something about your camera automatically adjusts.
Yes, so the camera adjusts for low light, so that's why the light spill at the bottom looks so bright. Yes. That is not actually what it looks like. I'm just saying that that's a street light. So you imagine what a street light, which is aimed down and supposed to not provide any glare, what a building, brightly lit building, would completely overwhelm.
And I know, in that particular photo, the street lighting and the housing lighting is quite obvious. When you look where the other side of it, it's dark. The picture is a dark.
It is a dark space. It's dark up to the back of Takapua here, up to Pikarere Farm. Yeah. It's a dark, natural space. I have to say, sometimes the setting of the crescent moon going down, there's a couple of trees on it, and it sets behind it. It's spectacular.
Mm. Thank you. Thanks for your presentation too. It was very helpful.
Thank you very much.
So those photographs, the first three, are they taken from? They're taken from an upstairs.
They're taken from they're taken from my library. It's where I sit and look at the view. Try and get away from the kids sometimes when they're downstairs.
Yeah.
The final view is actually taken from my front lawn.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. There's a crescent moon, as you can see there.
Yeah.
And that is what drew us to this suburb. It's spectacular.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That would help. Can you hear us now? Yep, great. It's my end. Welcome, Mr. Winter. We've got your submission in front of us. And so we're over to you to talk to your submission. So, we can't hear you. You can hear us, but we can't hear you at the moment. Testing? No. Now try it.
How was that?
That's perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa, koeri winter inoa. I'd like to start by thanking the panel and council officers for their time today and giving me the opportunity to speak to my submission regarding my objection to the proposed construction of a temple in Aotea. I'd like to start by saying I have no personal objections to any member of the community constructing or using a building in an appropriate manner. However, I fundamentally do not accept that the proposed building is suitable for the proposed location. Having been a proud resident of Aotea for several years now, when I first moved to the area, I became aware of the King's Church located across the road from the intended temple. This is a small, discreet operation which cannot be seen from the road, is not visually intrusive, does not create any undue light pollution, and does not create any undue traffic problems. I'll break down the points of my objections. I strongly believe that the proposed temple would not be fitting in the character of the surrounding area, which is zoned as residential only in the council's own district plan, and furthermore would provide no benefit to the community at large. The proposed development is in direct contravention of said district plan and would have a significant detrimental impact both visually from the size and design of the building and its intended illumination. Whilst I'm led to believe that there has been a revised proposal by the applicant to reduce the intended illumination, I would be concerned that this is merely a tokenistic peace offering to help ensure that building consent is approved at this time, but could later be revoked without full RMA hearing and public consultation. At over 37 metres tall, this building would become the second tallest building in Porirua and would actually stand 3 stories taller than the St Paul's Cathedral in Wellington. However, all of these other buildings are located in heavily built up areas and are surrounded by other large constructions, whereas the temple's only proposed surroundings would be trees, playing fields, low-rise residential buildings. Fundamentally, this application should not be considered as appropriate to the location, as it far exceeds the height restrictions applied to all surrounding buildings. The lighting would be considered inappropriate for both local residents and would also be a hazard to traffic on the nearby State Highway 59. Like many homes in Aotea, I'm restricted under a covenant which only permits a 1.4 metre high wooden fence and a single-storey dwelling. However, the proposed temple would have a 2 metre high concrete fence around it and stand at 13 metres tall. A building of this archaic design has no place in a modern Aotearoa New Zealand today, as it harks back to an outdated 19th century colonial model that does nothing to embrace our current worldview. Globally, we have seen a shift towards embracing a modern, more tolerant and inclusive society, and indeed have often seen the removal of many statues and symbols of former colonial oppression. If built, this would simply be an eyesore and a blot on the landscape for myself and many other Aotea and Okowai locals. I bought my home here a few years ago based on the surrounding gently rolling hills and daily enjoy my view of the trees around Gear Homestead in the harbour. However, this will be forever blighted if this monstrosity is built. If it is built, I would have to look at this from my kitchen table, lounge, back garden and bedroom and have to drive past it twice a day as it looms above the tree line. Given the current lack of affordable housing in and around Porirua, a section of this size and being a prime location with access to schools, public transport and the motorway could be better used to provide multiple houses if the temple were not constructed here. Let's discuss the benefits the applicant has claimed. They claim that construction would create local business opportunities and employment. However, I would contest this on the grounds that the designs and architectural work has already been completed by a company in Australia based on an existing American design. It is likely that some of the specialist contractors would be sourced directly from the US, whilst other construction staff may well be sourced from outside the region. Indeed, we heard the speakers earlier unable to provide any evidence or sound basis for where construction staff would be sourced. Overall, I do not see this bringing any significant income or commercial benefit to the area. Once open, the temple would not provide any real opportunities for employment, as most of the day-to-day operation of the temple, the maintenance and cleaning, will be undertaken by LDS members on a purely voluntary basis. In terms of its daily usage and operation, many local residents have already raised concerns on social media and other outlets about the potential traffic congestion and parking, as the temple would be in operation throughout the week and not just on Sundays. This would likely compound the existing congestion and road hazards, with the adjacent college being just across the road. Traffic would be even worse during the construction phase, with the movement of heavy machinery, plant and equipment, building materials, construction staff, and earth movements, all of which would be a disruptive nuisance and noise to local residents like myself throughout the entire 3-year construction period. My next point looks at user pays. Whilst the LDS has been paying minimal rates for the undeveloped land for some years, this presumably stopped once the temple was built and operational. Like many ratepayers in Porirua, I'm concerned that the ever-increasing costs of rates with the current cost of living crisis, and I'm particularly concerned that the temple, having a baptismal font holding several thousand litres of potable water, which is then regularly flushed down the drain, is not the best use for our precious awa, particularly as the LDS would not be paying for it, unlike the rest of us ratepayers. Indeed, it is questionable whether the LDS satisfies Section 9 of the Local Government Rates Act 2002 as being used solely and principally as a place of religious worship. It is not a church or a Sunday school and would be used on weekdays and not for church services on a Sunday or a Sabbath. Indeed, the question of the LDS being New Zealand's 20th largest charity is questionable, given that it has a net worth of around $500 million in New Zealand and over $250 billion in the US. From its considerable revenue from tithing, last year the LDS in America only returned $1 billion of funds received as charitable donations to the needy in their community. Indeed, some people have questioned whether construction of a temple of this size and nature is simply a way for the LDS to shift cash from their bank accounts into assets and reduce the public's perception of how much money is sitting in their accounts. Next point turns to the location and the surrounding area. The temple calls itself the Wellington Temple. However, last time I looked at the map, it's actually located in Porirua, which as a proud resident of Porirua, I do take exception to. If we look at the 11.3% of Wellington's adult population who identify as being members of the LGBTQ plus community in the latest census, however, being an active homosexual, none of these will be able to receive a temple recommend, so would not be permitted to enter the temple when operational. We talk about being an open and representative community. And whilst everyone in New Zealand should have the freedom to practice their own chosen religion or choose not to follow one, allowing such a large temple in such a dominant location opens the teachings and practices up to the LDS up to scrutiny, as it places the LDS in a position of prominence in the community. The LDS has been quick to try and claim certain alleged intangible benefits that may result from having the temple on the proposed location. However, this needs to be balanced with the possible harm such a temple could bring. An example of such harm could be the well-being of our rainbow youth attending the college across the road and also across the harbour from the temple. As the LDS handbook states categorically, only a man and a woman who are legally and lawfully wedded as husband and wife should have sexual relations. Any other sexual relations, including those between persons of the same sex, are sinful and undermine the divinely created institution of family. Therefore, cohabitation, civil unions, same-sex marriages are all considered a sexual immorality by the teachings of the LDS. This, to me, is simply unbelievable, unacceptable in a modern, tolerant and inclusive society, and is in direct contravention of several laws across New Zealand. However, in practice, it means that people can and have been excommunicated from the LDS for living what is legally and morally a normal and healthy life. In a recent census, only 2% of Porirua are identified as members of the LDS, which strongly contrasts with 4% of Porirua who identified as LGBTQ+. These numbers are even more drastic if we look at the wider Wellington region, where the LDS makes up just 0.7% of the population, compared with nearly 7% who identify as members of the rainbow community. And across the lower North and South Island, which the temple would claim to service, we see just 0.5% of members from the LDS compared to 5% of the community being LGBTQ+. Whilst I fundamentally agree with the right for any individual to practice their chosen belief or religion, if the RMA panel and Porirua City Councils allows the building of this temple, it will be creating a beacon that sends a message to our rainbow community that Porirua City Council cares more about a wealthy being of these young people. According to Stats NZ, across New Zealand for the period 2018 to 23, the number of LDS members only grew by 255 people, which on a pro rata basis is actually lower than the growth rate for Porirua's overall population for the same period, meaning that membership of the LDS is actually on the decline. Similar statistics overseas also show that more and more people are choosing to leave the LDS and other high demand religions. However, the LDS continues to claim a much higher membership by claiming that all children who are born into an LDS family or who have ever joined the LDS at any point of their life are lifetime members, and they actually need to go through a lengthy process to remove themselves from the LDS register. Whilst this may explain, it does not justify why the LDS claims over 100,000 members, whereas only 50,000 New Zealand actually identify as being LDS in the official census. This is fundamentally at odds with how Stats NZ represents how people self-identify, such as being Maori or Rainbow or any other part of our wonderful and diverse community here in Aotea, New Zealand. If we look further at the current membership of around 50,000 members, it would be fair to assume that only 50% of these would actually be active members, and of these, probably only half again would have temple recommends and actually be able to use the proposed temple. Indeed, the Hamilton Temple has been sufficient for the needs of New Zealand's entire LDS community since the 1950s, and it is only recently the LDS have made plans to build additional temples in Auckland and now Porirua. How would this building support our community here in Aotea or Porirua at large? Porirua already has 2 LDS churches. However, only a small select few of these members would actually be allowed into this temple. Only members who tithe 10% of their gross salary and have a temple recommend would be allowed to enter it. This is fundamentally at odds with almost all other churches and charitable organisations who open their doors to all members of society and the community at large. Therefore, the temple, once built, would not serve the greater community in any real way, but would instead only be open to a very select handful of LDS members. In closing, the proposed buildings, with its extensive earthworks and removal of surrounding trees, should not be approved under the RMA and the Council's district plan for the reasons outlined above. A building of this size and nature is not suited to the proposed location, which under the district's plan is designated for residential development only. If the LDS must build yet another temple in New Zealand, there are plenty of better locations in which to build it, where it would fit in with the surroundings. And if the LDS must build a temple on the proposed site, then it should be smaller and without the need for 24/7 light pollution. Indeed, in many other cities where temples have been built, such as Paris, to name but one, in order to satisfy planning ordinances, a much smaller building had to be redesigned and built without towers. I'd just like to close by saying the views expressed here are purely my own, based on my own research and findings, but I feel they will be echoed by many other members of the community here in Aotea and across Porirua and the wider region. I'd also like to echo the sentiments of the earlier two speakers. I'd like to close by thanking the panel again for their valuable time and would welcome any questions they may have regarding my submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Winter. And again, you probably heard me before. If you've written some notes, it would be really good if you could send those to Linda as soon as you can. Absolutely. That'd be great. Thank you. Questions from the panel? I don't have any questions too, so thank you very much, Mr. Winter, for your presentation. Thank you.
No.
Okay. What's the time now? 3:06. We have Ms. Kelly here. Yeah. So we could have you talk to us now, and then we can break for the day, if that's okay for everyone. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I think that's probably a more efficient way handling the rest of the day. Yes, please. Or that one there, because they got the mics sort of handy. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for attending in person. That's helpful too. Thank you.
Turn on speaker. Nā mihi atu tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Liz Kelly tōku ingoa. Ko Ngāti Tō tōku iwi. Ko Whitireia tōku maunga. Ko Porirua tōku awa. Ko Takapuahia tōku marae. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I have my moko here beside me right now, and I have spoken before at submissions. I'm a little bit upset with the last speaker and the comments that he's made about something, a membership that I hold very dear. And, well, I understand that there might be some people who would be opposed to us building a temple here in Porirua, something that my tupuna would be cheering in heaven, that this is happening here, and particularly that we look straight across the harbour and would be looking at it at Aotea if this is successful. I think it's actually quite relevant, and I think the committee for moving my time slot, because I've just come back from being in town, and what an awesome event. And I can tell you, 45,000 people was pretty awesome, and the sort of prejudice that we just had to listen to is what we protested, and my moko, my staff, and 45,000 other New Zealanders went there too. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is I am in support of the building the temple here in Porirua, and I can't remember what I wrote in my submission, but essentially, for me as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, this will be a heaven sent for me to just have to drive across from Takapuahia to come across the road to go to the temple. Growing up, we would have to travel to Hamilton, and we would go as youth. We would go travel, leave the pa at 6 o'clock, get to the temple at 2, do sessions in the temple, and turn around and come home because of the time factors. And that was our old people did that, and our members as well. So now we have some choices available to us. But the main thing that I wanted to talk to you about, the benefits of having a temple here in Porirua. One of the significant benefits of having a temple here are the economic benefits that this will bring to our city. One of the key things that happens in the temple are marriages for time and all eternity that can only happen in our church, and so that's a pretty big deal. But I read in the paper just recently that we've got a new leasee for Gia Homestead, and what he's going to run it for is he's going to run it as a bar, but as a wedding venue. So he won't make too much money off of Mormons with the bar, but he definitely would do as a wedding venue. And so I could see that, okay, this is a switched on businessman who can see an opportunity. So there's those economic benefits that weddings would be there and would be held here and potentially held at Gia Homestead, which would bring people from all around the motu to Porirua. So they'd spend money here, they'd stay overnight, they'd be spending there. But also, why I have my moko here with me is that she travels every second month. Our bishop has made a challenge to our youth that they'll go to our Hamilton temple every second month and go to the temple. Now, they're gone for 2.5 days. Right now, Temple View are the beneficiaries of the economic benefits that brings for the two bus loads, 2 van loads that go up every 2 months there. So there's real potential for economic benefits here. Plus, I believe that I've travelled all around the world, and I love any church building. I just love what it represents, how it grounds our people. I work in social services here in Cannons Creek. I manage Porirua Whānau Centre, and we're a social service provider and a CHIP and an ECE provider. So I know... I understand how we need to be thinking outside the square when we support our whānau. And many times, having a spiritual connection is how we can make a difference to the well-being of our people. Having a temple here in Porirua will do just that. And even if they're not members, they are welcome. Any of our temples all over the world, they are welcome to walk around the outside of our buildings where, I don't know if you know any of them, but our gardens, our grounds, they're pretty awesome. And they're a lovely, serene place to be. At night, many of our temples are lit up, and that's like a beacon of welcoming. I did read in our local paper that we had some of our Aotea residents who were unhappy with the prospect of the temple maybe being lit up at night. And I pondered that and reflected on that, and I thought, well, really? What's the difference when it's right on the State Highway 1? Oh no, that's State Highway 59 now. But for all these years, it's been lit up as State Highway 1. It's been lit up with lights. You have them going all the way up Aotea and all around Aotea itself. So I can't see how that would be classed as visual pollution or lighting pollution, as the previous submitter said. I think that they look and light up a space like a beacon, similar to the one of the Virgin Mary that stands at the top of the hill when you're coming into Paraparaumu. And as a young girl, we used to always look in awe of that. So I'm waffling a little bit now because I'm trying to think of what are some other benefits and what were some of the things that So anyway, I think that it's a destination, that it could potentially be a destination for people to come here. And I thank you for your time, because I can't think of anything else to say, and I'm really tired. But it's just such an awesome day. So yeah, I'm open to any questions.
Right. Thank you very much, Kelly. Any questions from the panel?
We've heard about how the wedding ceremony within the temple is quite a small affair. In your experience, do the receptions typically happen close to the temple, or do couples go back to wherever they've come? So if the couples go to Hamilton to get married, do they generally have a big reception with family and friends there, or would they come back to Wellington, say, at the moment for that?
So thank you for the question. So it's changed. They generally now we will travel to Hamilton, and the reception is local to Hamilton. Years ago, because the laws of the land didn't recognise being married in the temple was a wedding. It was just that you were sealed in the temple for time and all eternity. So you had a civil wedding. So what used to happen is that they would fly up to or drive up to Hamilton, because it's been years that the law changed in New Zealand, and they would be married there. Then they would come home, and there would be a big reception and a big wedding at home. But now, because you're actually married in the temple now, everybody will travel to where they're getting married, and then there's the reception there. And well, it's not... not everybody might be able to enter the temple for the wedding itself. We have whānau who know that, and even I have whānau that have married non-members. They get it, they understand it, but they're happy to be a part of the reception. And what some people have done, they would have like an exchange of rings or ceremony, so that the non-members' family still feels a part of the wedding. But yeah, when I'm talking about the economic benefits, there really is economic benefits, because Mormons are getting married and they're having weddings. So while it's not a trend, there is a trend that people aren't getting married. Aotea are getting married, and so yeah, that's what I'm saying about the economic benefits. And I just hope that I'm going to be alive to see my moko get married in the temple.
Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions either. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
That's very good. Thank you.
And thank you for
thank you for being flexible. That's helpful as well.
All right.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Okay. That draws us to the close of the hearing for today. And tomorrow we will resume the third of the 3 days, again at 9:30. So until then, the hearing is adjourned. So thank you very much. Thank you.